Welcome to my world. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Welcome to my life. I know everything's gonna be all right. Welcome to my world. Oh, won't you come on in? Welcome to my life. It's known as the Tiger's Den. Greetings to all of my subscribers. I want to thank you for being with me for as long as you have, and the new subscribers that's coming on in. We want to say greetings and thank you for your time. This is from Toothless and the moderators. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. Greetings and welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger. Well, first we want to say congratulations, Jeffrey Williams. He's home. Congratulations, Quay Nichols, he's home. Congratulations, Rodelius, I think that's his name. Little Rod, let's go with that, I'll be safe. He's home. Well, he's not home, but he has a greater chance of coming home because he now has a probated sentence on this case where he will have to serve times, but it's running, I believe, concurrent. But now he has a chance because he has an opportunity for an appeal of the case that he's in prison for life for on unaliving someone at the age of 14. So Judge Whitaker did a great job. Now, some people say that she's trying to make herself out to be the hero or the shero. I don't know what she's trying to do. I know the system in which she operates in. And so for whatever reason, she made the decision, and I'm going to appreciate her making that decision because she had in her power the discretion to go any way she wanted to. Judges have a lot of power, and so do the DAs. So that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. I have videos I'm going to show, but of course I'm going to do things Toothless way, and we're going to start out with what? The trial penalty. I started a series on that right before I started covering the YSL trial. And it's very important for us to know. A lot of us watch things, to make us feel better. Some of us watch things to learn more. Some of us watch things because there's nothing else to do. And some of us watch things just because we like those type things. Whatever your reasoning may be, I know some of the people that I got added to my numbers came because of the coverage of the YSL trial. And I'm truly appreciative to the ones who came. And I know that Cat Not Williams and I want to say his name is Flesh of the Gods truly have honored me and put my name out there. And so I thank any of you that came from their chats. All of the people that have been with me in the Bus Life chats, I thank you for all that continue to watch me. Even if you're in the bushes, I want to say hello to you. In the bushes, in the trees, in Belize, wherever you may be, on the beach, on the cruise ship, in Napa Valley, if you're in a club, drinking Grey Goose, getting loose, if you're somewhere arguing about who's going to be president come Tuesday, if you're voting or not from now until Tuesday, whatever your situation may be, I want to thank you for tuning in to me. I am Toothless and I do things my way. I have found a few people that really don't mind my way, and I greatly appreciate them. Because what I believe in is being happy and authentic with yourself. I came to YouTube to share and to help uplift fallen humanity. And maybe I don't do it the way others do it, but I've done it well enough to have at least 1,800 subscribers. And I'm grateful. I really would like to see 2,000. I've seen people grow exponentially by covering the Young Thug trial, but I don't just cover that in its totality, and I talk about a lot of other things. So perhaps that's what happened in my case, but I can tell you that I did grow. And so I thank everybody who decided to give me a chance. If you're a first-time person, please subscribe. Hit the like button. I would greatly appreciate it. Even share the video. You can join my membership. I would greatly appreciate that. But it's going to be a little long one tonight, because what I'm going to do, I'm going to show all of the young men's plea before the judge. And they're about 30 minutes each, but I wanted to show from the beginning a video that gave the top 5 moments, and it was just released today, of the Young Thug trial. Now, we do know we still have Shannon Stillwell and Yak Gotti. And so I think his name is Demonte Kendrick or something to that nature. I don't like messing up people's names, and I'm not doing well with the names. But those 2 young men, we still got to support them 100%. You see, I believe that people commit crimes, and I believe that people go to prison and serve their time for their crimes. Some people have recently been accused of a crime, and so they're fighting, because you're supposed to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. And if the state can't prove their case, then either you do a bench trial by the judge, or if you choose your right to a jury trial, then 12 individuals unanimously must vote one way or the other. We've seen a couple of cases where they allowed people not to be unanimous in a criminal case, and that's highly unusual. We've seen a lot of things going on in America that's really unusual, especially in this place we call the United States of America. But if we understood history, and if we understood the government that we think are government, and this system of law that they've created where we can't even discuss it as adults, and we certainly can't know the ins and outs because they codified it. So some say codified it. Whichever way you choose to say it is fine. I might say it 5 different ways. I am a person that's a stickler for words, but I mess them up every day lately. So I'm just happy to be able to speak. Hey, Phyllis, and hey, Asatar, thank y'all for joining. It's going to be a good one to me, but I don't know how no one else feels. But I want to talk about the trial penalty, because that's what we've seen at play. Now, this book is written on the federal level, but it's the same for every state, because I don't know if you guys know it or not, but each state is its own country, and we have a constitution. So on the state level, everybody tailored their laws to their liking according to their legislature, which is the Senate and the House. The federal covers everyone. So they put federal institutions in different territories so that they could claim federal jurisdiction when need be. And we all really need to study jurisdiction, because it's a lot that we don't know. And I tell you, ignorance of the law is no excuse. The main reason is because it is your people that formed, shaped, and founded the law. And we don't realize that because our history here in America doesn't teach us that. But I guarantee you, if you get into the congressional records, if you get into the federal records, then you will see a lot of what we've been taught is there in plain sight, but because we're not taught to look for it, then we don't know what we don't know. No excuse. Give me a moment. I don't know if y'all can hear the air of my fan or not, but I want to cut it off because I love to use my fan. So I'm going to start out with the trial penalty first. Then I'm going to show the little video I was telling y'all about the top 5, just to give us a feel of the court. And we'll get to see the guys sitting in there all together for the last time. And then I'm going to show each one of them, but I'm going to start with Jeffrey, known as Young Thug, in his career. And I truly take on the ownership that Thug stands for truly humble under God. And I saw that to me in his expression. He's a young man, he's 33, so he's going to totally be different in a courtroom, in a jail setting, than he'll be in what we call, quote unquote, a free world. I've seen a lot of positive videos and a lot of negative videos. And of course, we all have our own opinion, so you spin it how you want to. I like to stay close to reality, and maybe that's what these people think they're doing. I don't know. But I know that we live in a system that most of us Asiatic individuals have no knowledge of. Most of us don't even know why there is a flag. Some do, and if you're one of those people, feel free to put it in the chat. I know a lot of people don't like to write in the chat, and that's fine. But if you're one of those that like to write in the chat, we love participation, as long as you're talking about the subject matter at hand. I greatly appreciate you. It means a lot to me to know that you're listening and you want to be a part of what I'm talking about. But of course, this is America. You can say what you want to. I can't guarantee you'll stay, but I can definitely tell you can say whatever you want. I'm going to go with the scope of the trial penalty. It's the Sixth Amendment is the name of this document that I'm going to be reading from. And I'm going to try to see if I can see, because sometimes with glasses, I can't see no better than without. And these are reading glasses I'm supposed to use while I'm looking at the computer. But I'm going to give you all the executive summary. It's going to be about 1 or 2, 3 maybe pages. And then I'm going to give you the principles. And then we're going to go into our videos. So anytime that you gotta, fall off, then fall off. Because I'm going to finish this video. And this is going to be one probably going to be about 4 hours. And you guys have stayed with me that long, those of you that stayed. So I greatly appreciate that. But this is one maybe one day when you have nothing to do and you feel bored and nobody is on that you want to see, maybe you can tune in and just see what old Toothless is talking about. I want to thank everybody again for my birthday celebration. I am truly honored and humbled by that. I've been sick with my thigh and my left leg, and it's my sciatic nerve, and it gives me a big problem, but it's been a very big problem this time because it feels like my thigh is just tearing apart. And so it's a lot of excruciating pain. I think that comes from sitting too long. When I'm here on the computer trying to advocate for somebody, that's when I noticed it happen. I was on the computer all day. And I'm a person, I don't really take breaks. I just go to the ladies' room. And of course, you know, my sister and my nephew do a great job of taking care of me. And what they do is they come, I don't know what you need magnetism. Oh, you said magnesium. See how I am? Hi, Yabba Graham. I done already jumped and you talking about magnetism and you said magnesium. Okay, but you know, I think I have some in my zinc, but I'll get me some separate. Thank you for that. You know, we as Asiatic people, we real quick when we think somebody is reading us on the snapback. But that's really, I'm just a ghetto girl. I'm 66 years old. My mama always told me my mouth would get me in trouble. I didn't know she meant telling the truth would get me in trouble. Maybe she was talking about that snapback. And I am a dramatic Scorpio. So please forgive me and greetings. I hope you stay. But we're going to go now into the scope of the problem. You see, a lot of people don't like the fact that Jeffrey and the other young men took plea deals. Well, none of us like that. But none of us are sitting in their seats. And as I always tell people, whatever happens in your life, it's the you factor. And only you can do it. Or only you cannot do it. No matter how well those men represented those young men, they still had to make the decision, the individual. Because as Mr. Steele said, they go home to their families every day. These young men have been locked up. Some, like Little Rod, been locked up for about 5 years because he's already been sent away. Some of the other ones have been to prison and been out. And now they find themselves back in this situation, not because they maybe did anything new, but because Fonnie Willis and her de facto DA's office decided that they wanted to do a RICO charge, which we know RICO is her best friend. Anybody that sent educators to the penitentiary, we know there is a problem with that administration and the individual that think like that. No matter how guilty they could have been, they did not have to sentence them to the penitentiary with a felony for the rest of their lives. Because the 13th Amendment reminds us the only way that you can be enslaved again is by what? Voluntary servitude or committing a crime. And that crime would really be, I would say, the felony, but it could be a misdemeanor too because it's a crime. But misdemeanors normally can be, well, I guess you can also do a non-disclosure on your felonies as well, as according to how old they are. But misdemeanors normally can be non-disclosed. So that may be according to the state that you're in, because some states will allow you to expunge felonies. So it's just according to what state you're in. That's why it's very important. And I try to, encourage the people. Please go to Google, our best friend, and ask Google for your state constitution. And then bookmark it. And sometimes just take the time to read your state constitution. And also do the United States for America's Constitution. Because those instruments are contracts. That's literally what they are. And what they do is they set the rules for how the rules are going to be made. It's like the articles of incorporation of a corporation. That's what they are. Articles along with their amendments. So with that being said, the scope of the problem, and we're talking about the trial penalty that everybody seems to be upset about. You see, this system is designed for us to fail. It's designed for us not to even be able to go as long as these young men have gone. But imagine the financial devastation, the emotional devastation that it has caused the families of these young men. And even though Jeffrey Williams is a millionaire, 1 times over, he shouldn't have to spend his millions defending, proving he's innocent against some nefarious charges. And those charges are very nefarious, just like the individuals that brought them. I heard Attorney Weinstein say that he don't like putting criminality on the DA or anyone, and I can understand that because they have a relationship, because they're all lawyers or attorneys. So I can understand him not wanting to do that. And he's not against anybody else doing it. That's just something that he can't bring himself to do. But I call them gangbangers. And I call them political gangbangers. And I got that from Lady Pink. And she goes by L.A. Pink. But she's awesome in the Atlanta area. She's an advocate for the people. I also seen Queen Fox, Empress Fox, from the Atlanta area, who put on a great thing October 25th of protest. Protests are really needed, but we also need to start reading and learn the rules, and then start writing to let these people know if we vote you in office, we can get you out of office. Many people are not into these type conversations. So when people want to know, what can I do? What can I do? You could listen and start reading and researching for yourself. But most people are not into that. So they really don't want to know what can they do. Because everything is not seen. And when you send a letter or an email, unless you share it, nobody is going to know about what you did but the person that you addressed it to. And you should address it to your city council person if it's a city issue. You should address it to your commissioners, county, if it's a county or a parish issue, because a lot of states have parishes. They don't have counties. But whatever you call your commissioners on the parish level, you should send it to your governor if it's the state, your state representative, and your state senator. All of those are state offices. And we vote these people in office. And like some of them are like Fonnie Willis, who believes they don't have a duty to serve the people. The people just elected them and given them $150,000 to $200,000 a year to do what they want to do. But that's not true. For the sheriff, for the district clerk, the county clerk, for the DA, and for the judiciary, those are people that we vote in office. And when you vote them in office, they have a duty to carry out our agenda, which is actually the republic form of government, which all governments were established under until 1871, when they came up with the Organic Act of Congress, and we came up with the Democrats. And I call them Democrats because they're pretty demonic in my mind, whatever you believe a demon to be. They are that to me. But, you know, you have your view, and that's fine. I'm not against any one individual. I'm against the system that keeps us in the state that we're in, and the people who are hurting so bad they don't realize that they're going to have to move one day, and not just from this life to the next life, but we're going to have to move out of our situation, and maybe pain is what's going to get us out. At least that's what Grand Sheik Taj Tariq Bey says. And Taj has not been feeling well, and I would like for y'all to lift him up to whomever you believe in, and also send positive vibrations into the universe on its behalf. He's had problems with his eyes, and I know what that's like. I haven't driven in 2 years because of problems with my eyes. And then he's having problems with his teeth. And y'all know I know what that's like because I'm toothless and I don't use my dentures. So I would like for y'all to lift him up. He's about 76 years old, about 10 years older than me. But he is a wealth of knowledge, and he shares it freely. And so please go to the House of Reawakening Minds and check him out. And if you choose to, you can donate to their funds that they're taking up for him. If you choose not to, it's okay too. The same with me. I have super chats. You can super chat. If you choose not to, that's fine. You can cash app. If you choose not to, that's fine. And you can join my membership. If you choose not to, that's fine. I would rather you do it, but if you don't, we all good, because I'm going to be here when I feel like it every Wednesday and Sunday. And Wednesday, I just wasn't feeling it at all. My leg was hurting so bad, I didn't even put a thing up saying that I was not going to be here. So forgive me for that. Sometimes I won't do that. Sometimes you can consider that old timers. I don't have Alzheimer's, but I do suffer from old timers. And now that I'm 66, which is what, a few days old than 65, I can tell the difference. Trust me. Every year I can feel the difference as I age. But here we go. The scope of the problem. And let me bring that up so you guys can, for those who care to, some people don't like to read along with you. And that's fine. I understand that. But for those that like to read along with you, I'm going to bring it up so that you can see. And I tried to see a link so that I could try to put it in the chat, but it comes up a PDF. And so I don't know how to make it a PDF. Okay. Here we go. In the words of John Adams, representative government and trial by jury are the heart and lungs of liberty. Without them, we have no other fortification against being ridden like horses, fleeced like sheep, worked like cattle, and fed and clothed like swine and hounds. President Adams' colorful language reflected the strength of his view, a view shared by his contemporaries, that the right to trial by jury protects our liberties every bit as much the right to cast votes for our representatives. And then those things that are written in red, they're also written down in the body, so I'm just going to skip those and keep going. To the modern ear, this view comes as a surprise. While Americans celebrate the notion of representative government just as much now as they did in the time of the framers, few still think of trial by jury as a bulwark against the arbitrary and capricious use of government power. Why does this notion seem so surprising to the modern observer? What has become of the sense so natural for Mr. Adams and his contemporaries that trial by jury protects freedom? The answer is simple. Over the last 50 years, trial by jury has declined at an ever-increasing rate to the point that this institution now occurs in less than 3% of state and federal crime cases. That should be alarming for us as Americans. 3% of the cases go to trial. So these young men were making history just by going to trial. We need to really learn some stuff, y'all. Trial by jury has been replaced by a system of guilty pleas, which diminishes to the point of obscurity the road that the framers envisioned for jury trials as the primary protection for individual liberties and the principal mechanism for public participation in the criminal justice system. Guilty pleas, let me hide this down here so I can stay on this page. I try to stay on the page. Let me go down and bring this up some. It won't let me bring it up that way, so I'm going to do it this way. Try not to go too fast. Okay. I can only go so far. Guilty pleas have replaced trials for a very simple reason. Individuals who choose to exercise their Sixth Amendment right to trial face exponentially high sentences if they invoke the right to trial and lose. We saw that just in the negotiations of the pleas and what they were willing to give these what they charged these young men with and took them to trial for, but what they accepted as a plea deal and the things that they dropped. And then just because Jeffrey Williams wouldn't do certain things that they wanted him to do, they offered him 25 years of prison time. And the judge was very, very, very smart, which she should be. She paid attention, which she should have, and had been doing all along. But it's a political thing. And if you don't understand politics, which most of us don't, we're into our emotions and we're into politics. But you'll understand why a lot of these things happen. And I can't speak to the operation of anybody's mind. I can't speak to their heart and what it tells them or their gut. I can only speak to their behavior and what I see, what I've learned, and what appears to be true. That's all I can speak to. And then again, it's just my opinion. It's not written in stone. Everyone has an opinion and we have the freedom to voice it. And that's what I do, is voice my opinion. And I'm pretty verbose and very opinionated. So doesn't make me right, doesn't make me wrong, but I could be wrong or I could be right. You know, you just listen to what you can use and all the rest you can't. Please throw it away. And here we go. I'm going to start reading this over because I started babbling. Guilty pleas have replaced trials for a very simple reason. Individuals who choose to exercise their Sixth Amendment right to trial face exponentially high sentences if they invoke the right to trial and lose. Faced with this choice, individuals almost uniformly surrender the right to trial rather than insist on proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Defense lawyers spend most of their time negotiating guilty pleas rather than ensuring that police and the government respect the boundaries of the law, including the proof beyond a reasonable doubt standard. And judges dedicate their time to administering plea allocutions rather than evaluating the constitutional and legal aspect of the government's case and police conduct. Equally important, the public rarely exercise the oversight function envisioned by the framers and inherent in jury service. Further, the pressure to plead guilty and plead early is often accompanied by a requirement that accused persons waive many valuable rights, including the right to challenge unlawfully procured evidence and the right to appeal issues which have an impact not only in their cases but also for society at large. We need to hear what's being said here. And Toothless is not saying it. She's reading it. This is written, and this was written by a lot of different attorneys. This was a very good study. And some of us who listen may already have this knowledge. But for those who may tune in that don't have a clue of how this system works because you've never had to deal with it, then take notes if you like. By all means, go back and replay it. But it's very, very needed for our people and people at large. While scholars still debate the theoretical justifications for and against plea bargaining, neither the government nor the public have exhibited any significant resistance to its rise to dominance. So what they're saying is, if you have a right and you don't exercise that right, you're better off than someone who don't have the right, because your rights are going to be taken away from you. So we need to learn how to enforce the Constitution, and that goes back to what I was saying about what Empress Fox did when she did the demonstration. We have a right to peacefully assemble. And when you send letters like the black student, we have a right to petition our government. We have those rights, and if we don't exercise those with the legislature, their intent, with the people who carry out the laws that are supposed to be for us, a lot of the policemen don't know the laws. They only know their job. And most law jobs, law-related jobs, you only have a need to know. And if you don't have a need to know the functionality of something, you're not taught that. And trust me, you have enough to do on a daily basis. You don't have time to go and try to research and find for yourself. You may do that in your leisure, but really when you work in law enforcement, it's really a high pressure job, and all you're trying to do is get it right, because one mistake could cost someone their life. Okay, so let's go on. While scholars still debate, I just read that, this is not altogether surprising given the ostensible advantages of plea bargaining. Trials are lengthy, expensive process that can leave victims waiting for years to obtain restitution and closure. Plea bargaining presents a seemingly reasonable alternative that promotes efficiency while providing defendants an opportunity for leniency and putting them on an early road to rehabilitation. Conventional wisdom understandably views this as a win-win solution, particularly because the Constitution affords defendants the right to choose to go to trial if they wish to do so. Okay, y'all, one moment. Give me one moment. I'm trying to find this thing here I don't see. One moment, please. Okay, thank y'all for waiting. That was my son, and I just wanted to make sure he was all right, and he was all right. He just forgot I was on the show. So, thank y'all for waiting. I appreciate it. Hello, Regina M. I see you came in while I was reading. So let's get back to our reading. So we're down here at the bottom at so. Okay. For most, however, the right to a trial is a choice in name only. Empirical studies and exoneration data have revealed that the pressures defendants face in the plea bargaining process are so strong, even innocent people can be convinced to plead guilty to crimes they did not commit. This disturbing figure casts doubt on the assumption that defendants who plead guilty do so voluntarily. Now, that's really good to hear this and to see this and to know this, because one of the things in Young Thug's plea, he pled guilty to things he was not guilty of. And one would say that's not true. Well, technically, it was not true. For instance, let's take a walk down memory lane. He was accused of being the gang lord, the leader of the pack, so to speak, as Adrian Love said in her opening statement. But in all honesty, he was not. And he pled nolo to that charge, meaning neither guilty nor innocent, because he had to go a certain way or the plea was not going to go. He had 2 gang charges, so he had to plead guilty to one. And he pled guilty to participating, like the clothes and the hand motions and things of this nature. Now, the judge warned him not to do those things, but that was a suggestion. She can't take away his constitutional right to free speech or expression. But what they can do, not the judge, but the notorious gang-banging DAs, can be looking for anything that they interpret to be a violation of the conditions of his parole, which he did not get a lot of the stipulations that they wanted to put on him. So his attorneys came up with their own thing that they believed that he could do successfully, along with his input, because he's the one who has to do this stuff. And they presented that to the judge, and they did a non-negotiated plea where they realized these people were not going to be fair to him. They have not been fair to him. So they want to come up with their own deal and ask the judge to sanction it. And she did. She agreed. Matter of fact, there are some things that they were willing to give up, like his passport. They were willing to give that up. He was willing to be locked in the home for 3 years with a monitor. Those things she didn't make him do. And we can say she know this was all bogus, or we can say based on what she seen them present. Like I said in one of my videos, that the DA's office was turning her into the Joker. And I mean the Joker on Batman. You know, she was just a joke. But, you know, she went to school a long time. She's been on the bench. But again, when you understand the system that they work for, what we have to realize is, for those who believe in what you call a holy God, the Almighty, the Most High, whatever entity, Allah, Buddha, whatever you believe in that's greater than you, you have to know that there are people that have that same type of belief, that live by their own code and honor and integrity, values and morals. So we're going to have people to do the right thing in all walks of life. But do understand me when I say this, the majority of the system is tainted. Just like people in your chats. Not everybody's chat, but in these sectors where people turn against you and people all team up on you, that's the herd mentality. And we've been taught by animal husbandry training, so that's why we do the things that we do. It's not necessarily a personal choice, even though it is, because only you can make that choice. But we don't know what motivates people to do what they do. And sometimes people don't have people in their lives and they just want to be a part of something, no matter what it is, right or wrong, good or bad, long as they're a part of something. And especially when you can be anonymous and just be a name on a page, then, you get all kind of muscles and, conversations, all kind of strength. So that's kind of like what it's like, if that makes sense. But let's keep going. As this report illustrates, there is ample evidence that federal criminal defendants are being coerced, and I'm going to say federal and state, because again, this was a state trial, but this survey here, the paper that was written, was done on the federal level. And the federal level is the same as each state. It just has more territory than the state. The state's territory jurisdiction is bound by its borders. The federal government that is ran out of Washington, D.C., but it has 12 federal Social Security offices throughout the United States for America, and what they have is jurisdiction in those territories because they claim the territory. Jurisdiction is a very important word that I wish you would write down and look up in the law dictionary. And the 4th edition of the Black's Law Dictionary is one that they use in the court system and in the Supreme Court, but you can use any law dictionary to look up these words. Okay, let's keep going. And I'm going to start this sentence over. As the report illustrates, there is ample evidence that federal criminal defendants are being coerced into plead guilty because the penalty for exercising their constitutional rights is simply too high to risk. This trial penalty results from the discrepancy between the sentence the prosecutor is willing to offer in exchange for a guilty plea and the sentence that would be imposed after a trial. If there were no discrepancy at all, there would be far less incentive for defendants to plead guilty. But the gap between post-trial and post-plea sentences can be so wide, it becomes an overwhelming influence in a defendant's consideration of a plea deal. And we saw that in Mr. Nichols' plea deal, where they was willing to drop a whole murder charge as well as gun charges and things, and only stuck to the drug charges. So it can make a big difference in your life. And so it's easy for me to sit on TV or at home and watch on YouTube that if it was me, yeah, that sounds real good when it ain't you. But I think if it was me and I was in that situation, me would have did the same thing too. So when a prosecutor offers to reduce a multi-decade prison sentence to a number of years, from 30 years to 5 years, for example, any choice the defendant had in the matter is all but eliminated. Although comprehensive data regarding plea offers remains largely unavailable, anecdotal evidence suggests that offers of this nature are common. Prosecutors enjoy enormous discretion to force a defendant's hand. While some may view prosecutors' actions as generous, their willingness to reduce sentences so drastically raises serious doubt that the initial sentence was reasonable in the first place. And we know that's true because one of the things that Fonnie Willis ran on was getting the notorious gang members off of the streets. But a lot of those people that are known as notorious, in this case, never got indicted, and the others were given plea deals. So how dangerous could they really be? How concerned are they about the dangerous? Everyone that came and witnessed before us told us that they were after Thug, and that's all they wanted them to say was Jeffrey Williams, Jeffrey Williams. Kind of makes sense now. Indeed, the ability of prosecutors to threaten exorbitant sentences permeates the federal criminal justice system and has spurred a mounting wave of criticism in recent years. And remember, when I'm talking federal, because this is a federal study, then I want you to also put /state if I forget to do that, because they're doing everything on a state level. In 2013, Human Rights Watch published a report detailing the ways federal state prosecutors use the sentencing laws to coerce federal/state drug defendants to plead guilty. Now, the federal have guidelines that they go by in point system. The state has what they call the Board of Pardons and Parole, which they have a federal pardons and parole. But the legislature sets the rules for how sentencing will be at the state level. And it goes by each legislative session. That's the way it is in the state of Texas. But remember, all states may be similar, but they may be different as well. So keep that in mind. Building off of that work, NACDL has conducted its own study to examine the structures and mechanisms in the federal/state system that perpetuate the trial penalty in criminal cases across the board. In particular, NACDL canvassed previous scholarly research, judicial precedent, and commentary, the history of and recent amendments of federal /state sentencing statutes and guidelines, and data and statistical studies published by the U.S. Sentencing Commission. NACDL also conducted a survey, interviewed defense counsel, and examined the case files of dozens of federal criminal defendants to identify real-world instances of the trial penalty at play. The following report is the result of those efforts. And we seen it at work right here before our eyes with this case. As explained in general detail below, the trial penalty cannot be attributed to any single cause. Rather, many shortcomings across the criminal justice system combine to perpetuate the injustices. Prosecutors who serve in an adversarial role and are personally incentivized to achieve speedy convictions enjoy unbridled discretion and informational advantages at the preliminary stages of criminal proceedings that have a significant impact on the sentence that will ultimately be imposed. The influence is exacerbated by the federal sentencing guidelines, which call for formulaic calculations that are ripe for manipulation, that often result in sentences far out of proportion with a defendant's actual culpability, and that deliberately reward defendants who agree to plead guilty and do so quickly. Although judges nominally retain discretion to decide a defendant's ultimate sentence, that discretion is frequently hampered by mandatory minimum statutory penalties, which are triggered slowly by prosecutors' charging decisions. And that has to do with the federal level with the mandatory minimums. But the way the state of Georgia was able to work the way they work, and all states have some type of racketeering laws, is they came under the RICO statute, which is Racketeering Influence Organization, Crime Organization. That's RICO. So they have certain laws that work for that, and then they have now came up with gang statutes in order to be able to circumvent the system. Go around right. The actions that Love has taken, and Fonnie Willis and Hilton, and all that we've seen display on this case from the DA's office, look up the legal term ultra virus, because that's what they've done, made this a personal issue. It's not about guilt or innocent, right or wrong. It's personal, and they want to get someone. So much so that Love actually invited Donovan Thomas' mother and father, aka Nut Peanut, parents, because they knew that Mr. Williams was negotiating and was going to accept a plea, and they actually wanted him to try to apologize to his parents and family because he's unalived. That's unacceptable. But of course, court goes on starting tomorrow, and we'll be there to cheer on Max and Weinstein as they fight vigorously for their clients, Yak Gotti and Shannon Stillwell Jackson. Okay, let me get back to my reading. In addition, many judges are reticent to meaningfully exert their discretion, preferring to cling to the tidy guideline calculations, which are virtually immune from reversal on appeal. As a result, when the rare defendant insists on his right to trial, these forces coverage to inflict excruciating penalties. Those penalties then serve as a warning to the next defendant, who will know his only hope of obtaining a fair sentence is to forego the right to a trial. And that's some of that draconian law that resonates in the Georgia state. But of course, it's throughout the United States and all states. Criminal defense lawyers have long known that trials are vanishing. This is an unacceptable development, and not just because the art of trying a case is atrophying, and some may call that atrophying. The virtual elimination of the option of taking a case to trial has so thoroughly tipped the scales of justice against the accused that the danger of government overreach is ever present. And on a human level, for the defense attorney, there is no more heart-wrenching task than explaining to client, who very likely may be innocent, that they must seriously consider pleading guilty or risk the utter devastation of the remainder of their life with incalculable impacts on family. This report documents the corrosive effect of the trial penalty on the system of criminal justice. It examines the relationship between the trial penalty and numerous characteristics of modern criminal justice, including virtually unfettered prosecutorial charging discretion, mandatory minimum sentencing statutes, and the federal sentencing guidelines. So you can also, again, equate that to the state level. They just have different requirements. And I'm looking for where I stopped on this side over there because I'm close down to the bottom of the page, so I see it. Okay, there it is right there. The report highlights specific cases to demonstrate that individuals are being punished simply for holding the government to its burden of proof, and, in some cases, that the trial penalty has coerced innocent individuals, later exonerated, to plead guilty for fear of devastating long post-trial sentences. In calling out these mechanisms that perpetuate the trial penalty, NACDL does not intend to censure any particular participants on constitution sees. I don't know. I might have mispronounced that word, but it looked like constitution sees. Nor is the goal of this report to denounce or abolish plea bargaining. Instead, in identifying the flaws in the plea bargaining and sentencing process, NACDL seeks to provoke a larger conversation on how those processes can be reformed to reduce the prevalence of coercion. To that end, NACDL offers a series of recommendations for specific reform in various areas of the criminal justice process, in the hope that by enacting these reforms, criminal defendants can be truly free to choose to exercise their constitutional rights. A system that insulates a prosecution from the searing light of a public trial invites the misuse and abuse of the criminal law. The notion that the exercise of a fundamental constitutional right should be so burdened contravenes a core value that is at the heart of a democracy, which should be a republic founded upon the concept that the power of the government should be limited. The democracy, in my opinion, this is my opinion, nobody else's. It may be written somewhere else, but I'm speaking from my opinion. The democracy is what gives us the problem. Not that in a republic form of government there are not problems, I'm not saying that. But the democracy is something that was made up to cause the two parties. In trying to clear my throat, I got strangled. Okay. Accused persons should not have to gamble with years of their lives in order to have their day in court. No one should be subjected to geometrically increased punishment merely for putting the government to its proof. And no government should be able to wield the power to prosecute and condemn in a process that is rigged so that it virtually never has to show its hand. A system that has effectively co-signed the right to a trial to the dustbin of history should not be tolerated. Finally, while this report focuses on federal criminal practice, it is well established that the trial penalty is just as prevalent in state and local criminal prosecutions, and that the virtual extinction of jury trials is just as prevalent in these jurisdictions. NACDL hopes to partner with its many affiliates and other criminal justice reform groups to tackle the root causes of the trial penalty and restore the balance essential to a fair and just criminal justice system. So now we're an hour and 9 minutes into the show. I'm going to go through the impact of the trial penalty, and then I'm going to read the principles and recommendations, and then I'm going to call it off of that and go into our videos, because I do hope that our videos will show tonight and we'll get to see the things that I would love for us to see. The impact of the trial penalty. The trial penalty has profoundly altered a criminal justice system designed as an adversarial battle between the government and defense lawyers, presided over by a judge, with a jury as the final arbiter of guilt. The trial penalty has made the government the most powerful player in the criminal justice system. And so when we say government, let's say state government, local government, whatever government that's governing, and I like to say de facto government. Some may beg to differ with me, but that's what I like to call it. Although the defendant is cloaked in the presumption of innocence and the prosecutor theoretically has the burden of proof, as the report makes clear, the mere decision to charge triggers a domino effect, making a guilty plea the only rational choice in most cases. And as trials and hearings decline, so too does government accountability. Government mistakes and misconduct are rarely uncovered, or are simply resolved in a more favorable plea bargain. Moreover, the ease of conviction can encourage sloppiness and a diminution of the government's obligation to fairness. We saw that over and over in this trial. Number 2, defense counsel, whose role is to ensure that all other rights of the accused are protected, spend most of their time negotiating plea bargains and drafting sentencing memoranda. As a result of the trial penalty, not only are defense counsel trying fewer cases, they are frequently forced to settle cases before meaningful investigation and litigation of the government's case. We see that in this case. Number 3, the prevalence of guilty pleas sidelines judges from their traditional supervisory role. Rather than scrutinizing the sufficiency and legality of the government's case, they are reduced to rubber-stamping plea bargains. If a mandatory minimum sentence statute controls, judges do not even exercise their traditional sentencing role, because the mandatory maximum takes over. And in case some don't know it, the mandatory maximum that now governs most of the drug sentences was written by the Congress of Joe Biden, and it was passed by the President Bill Clinton in the 94-96 Omnibus Bill. And you can look that up, if you don't believe it or don't want to believe it about, your good people that you love. You can look it up. Number 4, the decline in the number of trials and the litigation that precedes them also causes advocacy skills to atrophy on both sides of the adversarial system. The federal courthouse in Manhattan, for example, held only 50 trials in 2015. Many defense lawyers and prosecutors have not tried cases in years, and many of the federal judges have similarly not presided over a trial in years. As one judge summed up the impact of the vanishing trial, the entire system loses an edge, and the quality of justice in our courthouses has suffered as a result. And that's why you can't listen to people tell you what they would do and what they wouldn't do and how it is and how it works just because they went to the penitentiary or they're in the penitentiary or on their way to the penitentiary, because most of these people have never been in a courtroom before a judge and a jury or a bench trial. Most of these people did exactly what this thing is set out for, a trial penalty, and copped a plea. So they can't tell you what it's like to stand before anybody and tell a story. And 9 times out of 10, if you're going to trial, you don't really have to stand before anybody because the state has to prove their case. Oftentimes they don't do that. We could see that they were headed for nowhere fast in this case. But again, look at the rate and the speed in which they're doing it, and how long these young men have been locked up. Those that were not incarcerated already. But look how long they've been locked up without bond. So that's really, something for someone that is in that position to truly think about. Number 5, the capacity of the government to process large caseloads without hearings or trials has resulted in an exponential increase in incarceration, wreaking devastation in lives and communities, and selectively concentrated among the poor and the people of color. The nation's mass incarceration has rightly been described as the great unappreciated civil rights issue of our time. That means nobody cares and nothing's going to change. Number 6, exoneration research has revealed one of the most tragic aspects of the criminal justice system, and I call it the criminal injustice system. The pressure defendants face to plead guilty can even cause innocent people to plead guilty. Of the 354 individuals exonerated by DNA analysis, 11% had pled guilty to crimes they did not commit. And the National Registry of Exonerations has identified 359 exonerees who pled guilty. Additionally, the potential for such wrongful convictions is compounded in bargain for justice because, besides a trial, the defendant gives up many protections designed to ensure that no innocent defendant faces punishment. Number 7, finally, the decline in jury trials deprives society of an important community check on excesses of criminal injustice system. Juries not only determine whether the prosecutors have met their high burden, they also apply their own sense of fair play, frequently convicting the lesser included offenses or even acquitting entirely where the prosecution is perceived as overreaching. They are a reminder that the government is not omnipotent, but instead remains subject to the will of the people, as the U.S. criminal justice injustice system turns some 11 million people through its courtroom doors every year. Trial by jury actively engage the public in the critical process of, they say, democracy, I say the republic. Let's go to the principles. Principles and recommendations. Number 1, The trial penalty, the substantial difference between the sentence offered prior to trial versus the sentence a defendant receives after a trial, undermines the integrity of the criminal and justice system. Number 2, trials protect the presumption of innocence and encourage the government to charge cases based only on sufficient legally obtained evidence to satisfy the reasonable doubt standard. Number 3, the decline in the frequency of trials impacts the quality of prosecutorial decision-making, defense advocacy, and judicial supervision. Number 4, the decline in the frequency of trials tends to encourage longer sentences, thereby contributing to mass incarceration, including mass incarceration of people of color and the poor. Number 5, the decline in the frequency of trials erodes the oversight function of the jury, thereby muting the voice of lay people in the criminal and justice system, and also undercuts the role of appellate courts in supervising the work of trial courts. Number 6, the trial penalty creates a coercive effect which profoundly undermines the integrity of the plea bargaining process. So they're saying they're not against plea bargains, but there should be a choice that one take and not a force of choice by coercion with long sentences. One moment, please. Alrighty. Number 7, a reduction for accepting responsibility through a guilty plea is appropriate. The same or similar reduction should be available after trial if an individual convicted at trial sincerely accepts responsibility after trial, regardless of whether the accused testified at trial or not. And that goes back to the plea bargain that Jeffrey made. He's accepted responsibility for drugs being in his home, even though he was not there during the time that they were, I guess, doing whatever they were doing. He was there when they arrested him, but during the time all of this was happening, he took responsibility for guns being in his home, even though he was licensed to carry guns, and other people that had guns were licensed to carry those guns. The fact still remained that guns were in his home. He took responsibility for the marijuana, and they asked to distribute. Well, he was there when the marijuana was in his house. He was there when the other controlled substance was in his house. So he took responsibility to the facts that they were in his house, not that he was doing what they accused him of doing. So I think Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams did a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job. And the judge, I have to give her kudos no matter the reason. I have to say thank you, Judge Whitaker, for actually doing the right thing, close to the right thing, because we could have had a mistrial with prejudice. But perhaps that's not the way it needed to go. We often think if things don't go the way we think they should go, then they didn't go right, but not necessarily so. The world is watching, and hopefully a lot of younger men, especially Asiatic men, but all men are actually at risk. Young ladies, you're now at risk at going to prison. Us senior citizens are now at risk for going to prison. So we all that are tuning in, hopefully we're learning some things, seeing some things that we couldn't even imagine before we started watching this trial, and perhaps passing that knowledge on to your children and family members so that they will know that this world is not fair. And if anybody is looking for fairness, if you don't offer fairness, you're not going to receive it. And you can offer fairness and still not receive it. So that's okay. You just do the best you can as you are an individual and let other people do what they do. Number 8, no one should be punished for exercising his or her rights, including seeking pretrial release and discovery, investigating a case, and filing and litigation of pretrial statutory and constitutional motions. Number 9, mandatory minimum sentences undermine the integrity of plea bargaining by creating a coercive effect and the integrity of the sentencing process by imposing categorical minimums rather than case-by-case evaluation. At the very least, safety valve provisions should be enacted to permit a judge to sentence below mandatory minimum sentences if justice dictates. Number 10, if mandatory minimums are not abolished, the government should not be permitted to use mandatory minimum sentences to retaliate against an accused person's decision to exercise her or his constitutional or statutory rights. And that's what they're doing in Georgia with the RICO, state RICO. They're using it like the mandatory laws of the federal government. That is, the state should not be allowed to file charges carrying mandatory minimum sentences in response to a defendant rejecting a plea offer or invoking her or his rights, including the right to trial or to challenge unconstitutional governmental actions. And I think that said government actions. And that's number 10. So we're going to stop there, and I'll read the recommendations another time because I have videos with this stuff on it. But I thought it was very apropos that we go through this right now because of what happened. And many people didn't understand why Thug did what he did. But, of course, they're not in his shoes, so they may never understand. Regina's doing her thing as always. Oh, that was constituencies, girl. You know I messed that up. Something terrible. And I'm one always talking about words. Love you, Regina. Love you dearly. Break down the meaning of the United States of America being a republic. Federal means that there is both a national government and a government of the 50 states. Okay, she's breaking it down for you all. So basically, what she's doing is giving y'all the definition so that you can understand. The republic form of government is the form of government where the people rule. And we supposed to have picked people to represent us. It's just like a doctor. You know, when someone is sick in your family, no one wants to talk to 15 different people with 15 different emotions and 15 different ways on how you should handle the sick person that can't speak for themselves. So generally you will get a representative of the family that will speak to the doctors. Okay, that's the republic form of government. They're supposed to take our wishes and our desires and ensure that those things happen. A Democrat form of government goes by numbers, they say. Supposedly the majority rules and the minority, of course, loses. Well, in all situations of government, we as Asiatic people and any other people that came here as immigrants that didn't come as a European, they're going to be considered a minority. And it's amazing how it's so many minorities, our numbers have never come together to rule over what is known to be, as they have in writing, the majority, which are the Europeans. Now, we're not talking about the Europeans, the everyday people that we know. We're talking about the ones that run things and that make the decisions for even those people. So Regina, what I love about her, she's a wealth of knowledge. I don't know, she might be married to Taj or something. She's so knowledgeable, and she has a way with breaking things down so that you can understand them if you're interested in them. So I greatly appreciate her and all that she does for the chat to help me make the show better. And so then she go part 2. A republic is a form of government in which the people hold power, but elect representatives to exercise their power. Outline of U.S. government about America, how the U.S. is governed. And USA democracy. This means that our government is elected by citizens. Here, citizens vote for their government officials. These officials represent the citizens' ideas and concerns in government. And they go by the majority rule. And of course, like I said, we know that that's not true, because when you look at Congress, and when you look at, just like we're about to approach the presidential election, the majority of the people could have voted for one party, but the other party ended up winning. And that's based on the Electoral College. So there's so many things that go up into this stuff that we have to, understand. Now let me see why come I don't see my take this away. Stop sharing. I didn't see that. I don't know why I didn't see that, but I didn't. But anywho, so now that was really good. I hope that you guys enjoyed it. Again, Regina, I thank you for always coming to my rescue. And it's funny, I did not realize constituencies. I want to put it on the glasses, but y'all, I just didn't realize it. I'm just going to tell y'all the truth. But that was funny. And I appreciate this so much. So now we're going to go to reminders. And we may not look at this whole video because, again, like I said, this is going to be a little one. But I want y'all to see those young men plea deals. And if you would, take some notes and see if you can resonate with what was being said by the trial penalty. I don't know how to do the link. I couldn't find the link, but you can Google it. The trial penalty, the Sixth Amendment right to trial on the verge of extinction, and how to save it. You can Google that. And that NACDL, this was copywritten in 2018, and that's the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. And so that's why Ashley, Mr. Steele, and Ashley, I guess I should say my Shiro Ashley before just calling her Ashley like we best friends. My Shiro Ashley Merchant and Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams and Mr. Harvey, Mr. Weinstein, Mr. Matthews, Mr. Matthews Jr., Miss Westmoreland, Mr. Botts, and the helper, I think he's a paralegal, Mr. Kokomo, Mr. Short, I don't know if I said his name. But that's why these people are so very important, because they defend not only trying to protect and preserve the rights of the accused, but they have to defend and protect against a wicked people and a wicked system. And not all DAs misuse their power. Not all DAs do that. And we know it's not all of nothing. So we just can't throw away a whole system, but we do know there is systems in place to keep us in our place. And that's what's sad. So here we go now to the next part. And this part again is going to be some of the memorable moments that we seen in the Young Thug trial, that we won't get to see this no more, but we may get to see some good stuff. Regina said exactly, Toothless Tiger, as it has been written, the majority rules. However, as in voting, this is not necessarily true, as with the Electoral College can go against their state majority rule. And we've seen that happen in a couple of elections. And if, in fact, they don't like the outcome, then they go to the Supreme Court, which is, you know, the highest court of the land and is not appealable. So here we go. Let's go to the top 5 thug moments trial, top 5 thug moments, trial moments of all time so far. And this is, like I said, this was done just 9 hours ago on Law and Crime. Y'all know that's my go-to channel. But one of the things I do, I can't do Law and Crime because I couldn't find it on Law and Crime. But let's go here. And let's watch.
Address me inappropriately.
We're in recess about 20 minutes.
I have a motion. I have a motion.
In regards to what, sir?
Your comments. I have a motion.
Okay, what's your motion? Right.
This is the second time that this honorable court, in front of the jury, has addressed me.
I just want to say, when Mr. Steele was walking up there, he reminded me of Dirty Harry. Make my day. Okay.
Me inappropriately and wrongly. Second time. The first time, I gave the state discovery of a song from a Super Bowl. Weeks before, there was an objection. You assumed that I didn't give it to the state. I didn't want to embarrass the court. So you were yelling at me and saying, do you understand me? Do you understand me? And instead of saying, do you understand that you're wrong? I sat here and I said, yes, Your Honor. That was to protect the integrity of this courtroom and the court. Now you say in front of the jury how unprepared I am. I am not unprepared for anything.
Okay,
I have, no.
Steele,
I need to make
Mr.
a
Steele,
record. Your Honor,
Mr. Steele, wait a second. When you keep delaying, okay, and that's what's happening to the court. You keep delaying and elongating and pushing out these particular our ability to present a seamless case in front of the jury. That's my purview as a judge. And I've asked you a number of times, you and your colleagues on both sides, to go ahead and listen to whatever it is you need to do, prepare me as needed. Now, I asked you those 2 particular questions because if they turned over the audio to you in discovery and you've listened to them already, then you either have an objection or you don't have an objection. And I was trying to solicit from you whether or not we could just go ahead and just hear it. So you can imagine my frustration because all these little delays just elongate out our presentation in front of the jury. That's for your benefit, not for mine, Your Honor. So that's why I've told you all at various times during this particular case. It's not because I want to embarrass you, Mr. Steele. It's just that I'm trying to kind of keep this thing presented in a way that the jury can listen to it.
And the court is wrong. What happened was, let me finish, and I'm making this for the record. What happened is, and I don't get embarrassed by you, but I don't want to embarrass you. I made an objection that some of these jail calls have a third party who will not testify. I objected to hearsay. The state said it explains the effect.
Okay, which call?
These calls, as you.
Okay, well then why aren't we taking them up beforehand?
The state just said. Just now, these are the 3 additional calls that they want to introduce.
All right. Well, then here's your response. I'm going to give you an acceptable response.
Well, I'm going to make my motion.
Huh?
I need to make my motion.
Judge, there's more to this than we need to listen to these calls.
Right.
Then I would have no, you didn't say that though. So I wouldn't have had that opportunity. But That's why I keep telling you this, okay? I mean, like I told you, forewarned judge, a happy judge. All right, so had you just told me up front, Judge, we have not had the opportunity to listen to all of those calls. We've only been able to listen to 2. I want to listen to the other ones. And
I've listened to the calls. I know. I don't know what the third one they're trying to do.
Okay, well,
listen, let me just finish. So you presuppose I don't know what the calls are. Well, I don't know what the third call is because Ms. Hilton, who's professional, said, I'll take a break and I'll let you know what it is. But the other 2 calls are the baseball game and at the chicken. They're discussing chicken wings. Or chicken. I understand those calls. There's issues in those calls that you need to address. But I politely make an objection and say, Your Honor, based upon what you told me, which is what you told me, we'll take it up later. I wanted to raise it. You tell in front of the jury how unprepared I am. And let me tell you something. I am not unprepared. I don't appreciate the court telling me that. And you don't, and I asked you, tell the jurors that you were wrong when you admonished me last time. You said you wouldn't do that. This is the second time. And you know what it does to me? I don't care. I'm hurt because you're a court, but I really don't care. But what does it do to Mr. Williams?
Mr. Steele, I'm not trying to personally insult you or hurt your feelings, okay? You are a grown professional advocate. I'm a grown professional jurist. And people say things to me that border on the lines of I could take action or not. You have certainly said some of those things to me during the trial of this case. I have let them go. So, sir, that's just the trial. That's just the trial of the case, okay?
No, but that man's life is here.
And you know you're doing a fine job in representing him.
Well,
but you know what? That's just the way we are right now. But the crux of the issue is, Mr. Steele, and the representatives from the state and everybody else. What happens right now is I have to take a break in order to vet all of these issues, which I'm required to do, Mr. Steele. And that's what is kind of disappointing to me because I have given you all this administrative time, all these breaks to go ahead and do this, and this is what delays the presentation of this case in front of the jury.
You know, if I would have done what the state did and I'm not poking anything at Ms. Hilton, you would have said to me, why didn't you share those calls with him before? You were out all day today. We didn't start court till 1 o'clock. I would have shared them.
I know you would have.
But the state didn't. I'm not poking fun because I can deal with it. But
well,
the
you know
court
what?
then steps in.
But here's the problem. I have a problem with it because here's at the end of the day, I got to listen to a 15-minute call.
You don't have to listen to anything.
But
you have to make a ruling.
Yes,
on
but
an
I have to listen to it in order to make the ruling on those. And even if you said you've listened to the chicken call and the baseball call, and if you say there's other issues that come into play, it's better for us to take those things up before I ask for that jury. And I could have done that this morning. I could have done that at another point in time. So, I mean...
Well, I raised this issue to you, and I don't remember the date, but it was days ago. I raised it, and the court said, all right, understood, and we'll take that issue up when it comes.
Okay.
What am I supposed to do?
Okay.
Sit there and say no objection?
No,
exactly right.
Not at all.
I said, Judge, it's an issue we need to take up.
Not at all.
And in addition to that, today alone, and this happens, today alone, the state introduced 2 exhibits. I've never been given them before, ever. You know what I did? No problem. No problem. Because I think that's professional. One was a Google map. It needs to be clarified for the record that it was not done on September 11, 2013. And then a map with little dots with 0.4 miles I've never seen before. But I didn't do anything, Your Honor. I want to move the case. But when the court, it gives me no pleasure in saying this. I believe that this honorable court is biased against Mr. Williams and or his counsel. And I ask you to consider recusing yourself or don't do this again to me. This is inappropriate to me. I respect you, but what am I supposed to do? Sit there while you do this? I didn't do anything wrong. I did exactly what you teach me to do and the courts teach me to do.
All right.
But instead, no, I got to finish this. Then I get told to this court says by Prosecutor Love that I'm not being candid with the court and I'm misrepresenting because Mr. Bean never went to the hospital at Grady on September 11, 2013, and Miss Love has a document on the desk to prove it. I sat right in front of Your Honor at the table, at the bench, and I said, I'd be careful what you say. That's not accurate. Ms. Love looked down on me and she said, it is accurate. You said, we'll take a break, figure it out. After the break, you didn't even bat an eye. Ms. Love said, yeah, I was totally wrong. Mr. Steele's right. He was taking a Grady. If I would have done that and called another member of the bar disingenuous, not truthful, no candor, and misrepresenting, you would have had me yelling in front of a jury. You did nothing. You didn't even ask Ms. Love to apologize. I don't want her apology. I don't care about Ms. Love, but I care about the court. And now if you can walk in someone else's shoes just for a minute and see what you're doing to Mr. Williams, because it's hurtful. I'm not the one wasting time. I'm here every day, ready to go. I am not wasting the time. I make a motion to ask you to please recuse yourself. I know it has to be in writing within 5 days. If you want me to do that, I'll do it. And it has to go to another judge. But this is what's going on, Your Honor, whether you see it or not. You're yelling at me in front of a jury for nothing. And then you won't apologize. And I did nothing wrong ever on these occasions or others.
I'm going to go ahead and address your motion at this point in time. I'm going to deny your motion at this point in time. And also just direct you that I had the responsibility to control the proceedings in this particular circumstance. Sometimes things get kind of heated, and that's that's the crucible and trial of any particular case. I am not in any way intimating or insinuating that you are not professional, you are not prepared, but the things that I am bringing up to both of you, and I have fussed at both sides for this particular issue of not being prepared in the sense of, and the only reason it affects the trial of the case is it makes the proceedings a lot longer than they should be, because all these things could be taken up. And sometimes if we've got to parse out all these things, as you can see right now, it takes time, and that's what I'm kind of concerned about, having been a jurist for a long time. So, I understand that you're a zealous advocate. You in no way offend me by raising any type of motion. I think you're doing I think that you and the others here are representing your clients well, but sir, I have to be able to control these proceedings. And you at times in these proceedings have not listened to what the court's told you, and I certainly could have explored other options. I didn't. So, I'll tell you that much, for what it's worth.
You allowed a member of the bar yesterday ask a witness who constantly is committing, respectfully, potentially perjury. Did Mr. Steele shut off and turn on the recording? I never did that. I wouldn't do that, and I didn't do that.
Okay, and but sir,
I would have said that question about another member of the bar, prosecution. You would have come over the bench and said, "How dare you?" I sat there and I said, "Outrageous." You denied the motion. I think 3 other people made motions to strike or to object. You denied it. Judge, I'm just telling you, the appearance, if not the reality, is not good here. I'm being...
What, to who?
To Mr. Williams.
Okay, but...
Maybe to the others. Maybe
you're his advocate, okay? And that separate issue of whether or not you did what you did, the state accused you of that, they have the right to at least inquire about whether or not that happened. Now, whether or not it happened or not, I'm not making any comment on it, but it goes to bias, it goes to motives to misrepresent.
That never happened. No good faith.
Okay, but I'm not commenting on that. That's for the jury. That's for the jury to decide.
I asked the question about a missing recording that I wasn't given of a statement made by Mr. Bean. And you know what you told me?
And I keep telling you.
You know what you told me? You said, does the state have it? They said no. You said, nothing I can do. I tried to cross on it. You sustained an objection.
Because it doesn't exist at this point in time. Now, if it exists at some point, I told you I'd say it. 1, I tell you, I apologize to you. And then 2, I'll take corrective action against the party or the entity that failed to give you that particular statement.
But the point is, everyone knows he spoke to the detective
But we
beforehand.
don't. No, we don't. That's
He
the whole thing
said
about
it.
it. You believe it. You honestly believe it, and that's true.
On September
Okay,
17th, 2013, on recording, Mr. Bean tells that to Detective Quinn. How is that far-fetched? Why would he ever say that? I lied to the other detective. Why would he ever say that? I mean, logic has to come into this courtroom at times. But you stop me from doing it, but you allow another lawyer make up that I'm stopping and starting a recording. And he says, well, I don't recall. I don't remember anything.
Here's the thing. That's why probably Miss Love asked me to put it under seal for the time being. But I mean, I'm not saying anything. But if true, that's a pretty serious accusation.
If true, I'll die right now. How about that, Judge Glanville?
Your Honor, I object to this.
I don't care about her objection. I'm speaking with the
Your
court.
Honor, I object.
I'm
I'd like to
speaking
level
with
an
the court.
objection.
Okay.
I'm speaking
Let
with
him
the
finish,
court.
and then you can state your.
My point is, if you don't see what's going on, it's because you're not viewing it out of the lens
But
of a juror.
Mr. Steele, I can't do that. I have to be the referee. So the jury decides those particular issues of believability and credibility. Now, I'm not getting into the throes of war between you and the state. That's your business, and that is
I have
certainly
nothing to do with a throw war.
No, but I mean, it's your ability as an advocate.
I
told you before. That's your ability as an advocate. All right.
What I'm saying is, you said in front of this jury, I was unprofessional. I am not unprofessional. You were wrong.
I think at that particular point in time, given the totality of what happened, that's what the court's assessment was. Sir, I am.
But it was wrong.
It's a snippet in time. Mr. Steele, you're a very good attorney, but I'm a professional jurist, and you may not like some of the rulings that I make, and you may not like the way that the trial is going at a particular point in time. That's for all advocates. Ms. Love and her colleagues, I've told them the same thing. But I think that, my job as the referee is to give you a fair trial. And that's what I'm going to do.
Well, I hope that's true. But you just told the jury I'm unprepared. And I am prepared. I don't understand why you would say that.
Both of you, and I'll level this against the state. Both of you, that's being unprepared, because that I have to then listen to this to rule on it.
I understand, but I'm the only one that the jurors here, the court, take ire with. Ever. Without an apology, without.
Oh, I think I've taken Miss Love and Miss Hilton and her colleagues to task many times.
No, I've heard you yell.
I've taken them to task as well.
I've heard you say to her, "Stop interrupting me." Answer my questions.
That's taking them to task.
The jurors never heard that, ever. So, I ask for a continuing recusal motion. And I know it's not in writing, but I assume that you're ruling on it right now. That's what you're saying.
Well, when you got to put it in writing, but I mean, I'll rule on it at this point in time. I'm going to deny the motion, but you need to put it in writing if that's what you wish to do, and I'll appropriately.
I'm also asking for a mistrial based upon your statements. I think I made that clear, but I'm asking for a mistrial.
Okay, now, Ms. Love.
I don't think it's a fair forum for Mr. Williams.
Okay.
And I don't want to ask for a mistrial, but I have no choice when the court is saying what it said, and I'm not going to repeat it in front of a jury. That's hurtful. And I'm not saying me. I mean, regardless of what I think of it, it's hurtful to Mr. Williams getting a fair trial.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of our breaks. I'm going to need to probably ask you to retire to your headquarters jury deliberation room, and we'll call you back in just a minute, okay, when we finish up our business, all right? Remember the court's admonitions, ladies and gentlemen. All right, please be seated. Our jury has left us. right, Mr. Steele, what's your motion, sir?
Good morning again, Your Honor. Your Honor, last week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, you ordered the parties to share all of their displays in opening statement to the others so we don't have to have these interruptions. I did that. The state shared with me 4 attachments. That's all they had. That's what I got. What you just saw on your screen, if you don't remember, I'll ask the state to put it up and I asked for it to be marked as exhibit, is what you already excluded. It states that Mr. Ryan was convicted of murder and I represent the co-defendant who's not on trial on the appeal. How did that not get sent to me so I could bring it to this honorable court's attention? 1. And 2, how do we just violate court orders? So yes, I have a serious motion for a mistrial because it's intentional misconduct. That's my motion.
All right.
And I'd like the screenshot to be captured for Mr. Weaver to put in the record.
I'll admit it is next court exhibit in order of the state's presentation anyway. So, all right. So that'll be court 1 for purposes of the trial. So, Ms. Love, what's your response to Mr. Steele's assertion about Mr. Ryan?
As it relates to Mr. Ryan and the exhibits that the state intended to play and to display for the jury, I sent to Mr. Steele and everyone else the pictures and the photographs that I expected to use. As it relates to the slide to which Mr. Steele is now referring regarding his representation on appeal, I'm not certain if the objection goes to the fact that there was the conviction, because that's part of the indictment and that's part of the evidence that the state expects will show, or if it's as to his objection about the fact that he represents Mr. Ryan or Mr. Blaylock on appeal.
Don't represent Mr. Ryan.
Mr. Blaylock, then.
Excuse me. I was never said this, ever. That's it.
So what's your objection based upon, Mr. Steele?
Objection based upon, I argued this before this honorable court. You argued the prosecution that before they ever mentioned my name, you granted this motion.
That I did.
Brought up to this honorable court, outside the presence of everybody. We're an open statement. I am lied to. I am saying that. I am lied to. I don't know if anyone else got that exhibit. I did not get that exhibit. And I see everyone say shaking no. And now, it goes against the court's order. We are bound, duty bound, to follow this honorable court's order.
I'm going to join in the objection on behalf of Mr. Steele.
Let me see the...
I can put it back up,
Yes,
Judge.
ma'am.
And Your Honor, while I am putting that back up, I will state in my place that initially when there was the objection from Mr. Steele, I didn't have a clue what it was about because I didn't mention his name and didn't intend to mention his name. As I looked at the screen, I saw that part of his name was on the screen for the most part.
But I mentioned that, I ruled upon that last week. I did. That we were not, I would take it as it came in this case, and if the evidence got to that point, then I would deal with it accordingly.
Yes, Your Honor.
So,
And Your Honor, as to Mr. Steele's motion, as I'm pulling this up, the state would vehemently object to a mistrial and ask for a curative instruction and a reminder to the court, to the jury, that nothing that the lawyers say is evidence in this case. This is not at all the type of thing that rises to the level of mandating a mistrial. Certainly not. It just isn't. I have
all right.
the slide.
Pull up, now
I have it now. I'm
court
about to
has
share
court
this.
1 for purposes of the motion for mistrial. right. Yeah, on slide 11 of 65, that I see where you have that at the bottom, represented by Brian Steele. So we can leave that for the time being. Leave it for the time being because it is what was it was up. I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial, Mr. Steele, but I will go ahead and give a curative instruction to our jurors at this point in time. So,
Your Honor, I'm supposed to ask for a reoccurrence in court for my mistrial before the next process goes on. I'd like you to do me a courtesy, if you would, and allow me to do that now and preserve the motion for mistrial.
you made your motion for mistrial, and the basis, and I'm going to mark the whole state's presentation as court one for the purpose of your motion, and it will go in as stated.
And I have two other issues I'd like the court to just take up. One is just remember, I know you ruled on it, but the state said earlier today that Mr. Williams is contacting through parties that they don't know to pay for other people's lawyers. So I think that couples with that exhibit. And number two, I'd like the court to now order prosecution to give me and anyone else who wants to see it. I need to see respectfully what you ordered last week, all of the displays of the state of Georgia that they have not given to us. So that's
What do you mean by what displays are you talking about? Mr. Steele.
We went a good long time without it buffering, so we're doing good. But yes, ma'am, Regina M., Mr. Fred Williamson himself. I really love that actor, and especially in all them cowboy movies. But Mr. Steele got that cool hand Luke type walk.
I never saw that. I never saw the wolf. I never saw the indictment. You ordered I gave all my displays. I gave everything to the state. I got from the state.
Are you talking about using for opening statements, sir?
Of course.
Okay.
Should have been done.
All right. All right, Ms. Love.
Yeah.
Wait.
Thank you, Your Honor. Two matters, Your Honor. One, the first thing that Mr. Steele has requested of the court regarding the representation that the state made about other YSL members contacting Jeffrey Williams for representation is absolutely and has always been a part of what the state expects will show at trial.
I'm going to deny that portion. But to Mr. Steele's point, I'd already made that issue in terms of his particular involvement, and anything you need to let me know prior to that, and I need to rule upon it, and also subject to foundation. And just like this, so I assume that what you told our jurors is what you expect the evidence to show? Yes?
Yes,
All right,
definitely.
so I'm gonna overrule that part of his objection. What about the last thing you mentioned?
And Your Honor, as to the court's directive that we turn over anything or any exhibits or photographs, that was my understanding of the court's directive, that we expect to show an opening statement. As a matter of course, I can again reiterate the fact that it was an inadvertent omission to leave Mr. Steele at least part of his name on here.
I got that, but he's talking about, is there anything else you're going to use in open you haven't shown to defense counsel? He's telling us. Well, I said that. I told you to do that a week ago.
Your Honor,
because here's what I told you was going to happen. I've got a jury that's out right now that's being interrupted. And Mr. Williams, you should have made your motion or should have told me about that an hour ago or when you found out about it. Not hijack me at the bench about that. You did what you had to do, but I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy about any of this. because this is stuff we could take care of before our jury comes in. And that makes you all, lessen your ability as advocates and lessen our ability for this jury to go ahead and get this case seamlessly. This is what I told you all was going to happen. So, have you given them everything you're going to show them during opening statement?
Your Honor, I haven't given them all of the word slides. I did give to them what Mr. Williams objected to. I had given that to them previously. I will give them or share with them the things that have been added as of this evening. And
can you do that over the next 5 minutes?
I sure can.
Deputy Ingram, Ingram, can you find out if our jurors are ready?
Are they with them?
Are they ready? Are they still using the restroom?
Now, he hollered at Mr. Steele and Miss D. Williams, but the culprit, which is No Love, he didn't holler at her. And then this tone that she used, that sexy tone or whatever she called it, is ridiculous. And it ought to be outlawed in the courtroom. She ought not to be able to speak sultry and that shouldn't be allowed in a courtroom. And maybe she's not as exaggerated as I am, but that's the way I hear it. It just sounds out of order and out of place when you're talking to the judge and defendants. So let's go back. I'm on a rant right now.
I'll send that to them right now as we're waiting.
Your Honor, we have a few. Your Honor, Jay Apt on behalf of Mr. Kendrick, can we have 5 or 10 minutes to review whatever Ms. Love is going to send us?
You can take a comfort break, and I'll come back at 10 of 12. And like I said, whatever we don't finish before 12:15, we'll pick up after lunch. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who's talking?
Max Sharp.
Yes, Mr. Sharp.
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell. We've been operating pretrial with the Harvey rule. I want to make sure that the record is clear that we join Mr. Steele in his motion for mistrial. And if Your Honor...
I'll apply the Harvey rule unless you tell me otherwise.
When you were younger, did you ever come to know an individual by the name of Jeffrey Williams?
Yeah.
How long have you known Jeffrey Williams?
I'm not good with time. Since we was kids.
About how old were you when you first met him?
I can't remember the age. As
Was
far
it,
as I can remember, I knew him.
do you believe it's while you were in elementary school, middle school, or something else?
I've been knew him. I can't.
How did y'all
Before I knew him, I knew of him. Put it like that. I knew his family members before I knew him.
Which family members did you know before you knew him?
His mom, his dad, his sisters.
How did you know his mom, his dad, and his sisters?
I can't remember which one of them, but they stayed in my apartments. I don't know if it was his mom or his dad, but they stayed in my apartment. I just never seen him. I always seen his brothers and sisters.
And did they stay in your apartments at Gilbert Gardens?
Yeah.
And since you first saw his family before you met him, did you have any type of relationship with his family members?
No, we was kids. It was just at the basketball court, you know.
Now, do you call him Jeffrey Williams?
Huh?
Do you call him Jeffrey Williams? When you refer to him, do you
I don't call nobody by their whole name.
Okay. What did you call him?
Lil Jeff.
Anything else?
Just call him a lot of names, a lot of nicknames.
Okay. What are some of the other nicknames?
Prune. It's a family nickname.
Okay.
I heard his family call him that. I called him, start calling him that too. On a joking, playing with him.
Anything else?
That's all I can remember.
All right. And do you see Jeffrey Williams in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you identify him by article of clothing he is wearing?
stipulate that Mr. Murphy identifies.
All right, it shows out. The record will reflect.
Thank you. Now, you said that you had met his family first and then you met him. Do you remember the circumstances of how you met Mr. Williams?
I can't really remember, man. You asked me to think about a long, long time ago. You know how much I've been through since then?
Have you been through a lot?
Tremendously.
And we're going to talk about some of those things over the course of this time together.
Yeah, I don't remember our first encounter.
Okay. What was your relationship like with Mr. Williams when you all were younger?
I mean, in any relationship, just like any other friends, you young, you just want to have fun.
What type of things did y'all do together to have fun?
One of our biggest things was listen to music. The dissect music.
What kind of music would y'all listen to?
All kinds, all genres, or however you pronounce that word.
And would you do this at your home, his home, or somewhere else?
Everywhere we go.
As your relationship developed with Mr. Williams, did your relationship with any of his family members develop?
I understand what you asking.
Sure. You and Mr. Williams have been friends.
And if I had the opportunity to slap anybody upside the head, I would like it to be her. When she say sure, boy, that just irks me. I mean, really. You talking about a vexation? That's one. Sure. Okay.
And since childhood, as you all continued your relationship and your friendship, did you grow your relationship with any of his other family members? His mom, his dad, any of his siblings?
Yeah.
Okay.
My mama called him son, his mama called me son.
What about his dad? Did you have a relationship with his father?
We were cool. I ain't never really just...
As your relationship developed with Mr. Williams, did your relationship with any of his family members develop?
It was cool. I respected him. He respected me.
Did you ever look to his father as a father figure for you?
No.
And then what about his siblings? Did you ever develop a relationship with any of his siblings?
Yeah.
Okay. Who?
All of them.
And how many siblings does he have?
Too many to count.
Does he have a sister by name of Dolly?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have a relationship with a friendship with Dolly?
Yeah.
And did you have a sister named Dora?
Yeah.
Did you have a friendship or relationship with his sister Dora?
Yeah. Okay. With all his siblings, not just them.
Did you and Mr. Williams ever go to school together?
I think we went to alternative school at the same time. I ain't sure.
And did the two of you ever do any recreational activities, I mean sports or anything like that? Did you play on any sports teams together or anything of that nature?
I never played sports.
What is your current relationship with Mr. Williams?
I don't have a relationship with him.
When did that relationship cease?
It never ceased. It's just I went to prison.
And while you were in prison, you did not maintain your relationship or friendship?
When you in prison, you don't retain no relationship. All that in.
And since you got out of prison, did you not rekindle your friendship when you got out of prison?
I had more important relationships to worry about than friends. Like my kids.
Permission to approach?
As long as you've shown that to defense counsel already.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe they all have it on a PowerPoint. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3, Charlie Charlie. Do you recognize the individuals inside of State's Exhibit 3, Charlie Charlie?
Yeah.
And how do you recognize the people in the picture?
It's me.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of you in that picture?
Yeah.
Does it look like you?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else in that picture?
Yeah.
Okay. And does it look like that person who was in the picture?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, State would like to tender State's Exhibit 3, Charlie Charlie, into evidence.
Any objections to States 3 Charlie Charlie? All right, States 3 Charlie Charlie is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 3, Charlie Charlie, who's in the picture?
Me.
And who else?
LaJeff.
All right. And in looking at that picture, do you recall when that picture was taken?
No.
Okay. Is it before you went to prison, either in 2014 or 2015?
Yeah.
A. Smith.
Would you spell is common spelling for Smith?
S-I-M-T-H.
Okay. Thank you, and good morning, Ms. Smith. It's still morning.
Good morning.
All right. Ms. Smith, would you tell the jury?
Now, she spelled her name Smith the way I've never heard it spelled before. She said S-I-M-T-H. But of course, they have S-M-I-T-H. So, I mean, that lets you know this was going to be a wild rodeo right here for her to start out misspelling her name. It just, this is what saddens me as a mother. To see how our children are not being educated, but they down with whatever is going on because they want to be a part of something. And then we got a whole institution that's sending school teachers who see what's going on with these children and do everything they can to help them on a daily basis, sentenced to prison. It's really I say it's really smad. I guess I'm saying sad, just like she spelled Smith. Because I've never heard Smith, spelled like she spelled it. But who am I and what do I know?
Where it is that you're from?
Atlanta, Georgia. Born and raised.
Born and raised in Atlanta?
Yep.
All right. And on January the 28th of 2015, did you live in Atlanta?
Yes.
All right. What was your address?
I don't remember the address. Off Cleveland Avenue.
Do you recall during that time living on Springdale Road at 2905 Springdale Road?
Yes.
All right. Now, were you living there with anyone or were you living by yourself?
By myself.
And is that an apartment, a house?
Townhome. A townhome.
All right. And you said that it was off Cleveland Avenue?
That's what I said.
Okay. Ms. Smith, were you living at that time in apartment P3?
I don't remember the address.
Okay. Do you recall having a neighbor by the name of Gilberti Mack?
I do.
All right. And do you recall whether you asked Mr. Mack to put cameras on his house?
Can't tell nobody put a camera in their house. That's their house.
It is. Do you recall whether you ever requested that of him?
I didn't.
All right. Now, back on January the 28th of 2015, how long after that date did you live in those townhomes?
Left.
Did you leave on that particular day or the next day or shortly afterwards?
I wasn't there before that.
Okay. Now, when you say you weren't there before that, what do you mean?
I just wasn't home.
Oh. You mean you were home on January 28th?
If that's the date, I wasn't there.
Okay. When did you move out of those apartments?
I don't remember the exact date. The day they said I had to leave.
Did anything precede your having to leave?
A shootout.
All right. Now, when you say a shootout, what do you mean? You weren't there, so what do you mean? And the jury hasn't heard this, so please tell them what you mean when you say a shootout.
I mean, I had to go there. I got a call from the rent office saying that my house got shot up.
Okay. And was that at night? Do you recall?
I think so.
All right. And so when you go on scene to see what's going on, what do you see?
Bullet holes.
Where do you see the bullet holes?
I don't remember exactly where the bullet holes was.
As far as not specifically remembering them, what I'm asking is, are they inside your home?
Correct.
All right. Do you recall whether the window or the door was hit or something different?
No.
All right. Now, when you got there, were there police inside your home?
No.
Did the police go inside your home with you?
With me, no.
Did they go inside your home?
I'm sure they did.
All right. Now, when you say a shootout happened and after that you left, do you know how long it was after that you left?
No.
All right. At the time that you lived, and I don't want to get too much into your personal business, but at the time that you lived at that apartment complex off Springdale Road, did you know a person by the name of Kelvin Watts?
Of course.
Okay. And what did you call him?
Shell.
Okay. Shell, did you also call him Lil Kel?
No.
Okay. Did you ever call him by the short name Kel?
I just told you, Shell.
I understand. So at the time, around January 28th of 2015, or before, had Shell been hiding out in your house? Sustained. Had Shell been staying at your house at all?
We was dating.
Okay. How long had you all been dating?
A few months.
All right. Now, when you were dating, did Shell stay at your house sometimes?
He didn't stay.
Did he ever hide out at your house?
He visit. I just answered your question.
I understand. Did you ever tell police on January 28, 2015, that Shell had been hiding?
Objection, Your Honor.
I just answered
That
your
calls for
question.
speculation.
Overruled. And Ms. Smith, I'm not going to keep you up here very long, but I'm going to ask you a specific question because the jury, Your Honor, if I may just be overruled. I'm going to ask you questions so that the jury who doesn't know the answers, so that you can answer for them, okay? Did you tell the police that night that your friend Kelvin had been hiding out at your place?
I did not.
Okay. Do you remember talking to police that night?
No.
Right. Do you recall the name, or do you recall an Officer Collins being the officer that responded to your scene?
I do not.
Do you recall what the officers looked like?
I do not.
Okay. Do you recall talking to anyone about your friend Kel in the presence of officers?
No.
Do you recall telling them anything about anyone that might have wanted harm to Kelvin?
No.
Okay. How long do you recall, if you recall at all, the police being on scene?
I don't know.
All right.
I wasn't there.
Were you there when you got called and you came out?
When I got there, nobody was there.
Okay. So you don't.
Next day, I went down the next day. They said I had to come the next day. You said when I got home, they wasn't there when I got home.
So the night that the rent office called you, it's your testimony?
The rent office just, I know the person. She called me and told me. The next door neighbor called and told me my house got shot up.
And what was the name of the next door neighbor?
Just called his name. Gregory, whatever his name is.
Gilberty Mack?
I know him as Gio.
Okay. So when Gio called you, it was that night that your house had just gotten shot up?
A few people called me. It wasn't a secret.
All right. And did you arrive on scene that night? Did you get back to your house that night?
I came, nobody was there.
Okay. Do you know about how long after you called or you were called that you came back to your house?
No, I do not.
Did you know any members, and I know this sounds like it's obvious, but do you know any members of your friend Kelvin's family? Did you know Donovan Thomas?
I did.
Okay. Were you close with him?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to observe Kelvin's interaction with him?
I wasn't.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of whether Kelvin was close to him?
Nope, I do not.
At the time, did you know an Antonio Sledge?
Of course I did.
Why do you say of course you did?
Because I dated him.
All right. Were you dating him at the same time you were dating?
I wasn't.
Kelvin, how long before your house got shot up did you stop dating Antonio Sledge?
A couple of months. The same time I just told you when I started dating Kevin.
Okay. And what did you call Antonio Sledge?
Monktoon.
Monktoon?
Yeah.
All right. How long had you known Monktoon by that time?
Been on Monktoon since I was like 15, 16 years old.
Okay. How long had you known Kel or Shell Kel at that time?
Not that long.
Okay. Now, at what point do you now recall speaking to the police at all about shooting at your house?
I don't.
Do you recall ever communicating with the police in any way?
I just told you. I went down the next day. You just asked me that.
Okay. Who did you talk to when you went down?
I don't know.
Where did you go down to?
The headquarters.
All right. Do you recall an investigator, Dennis?
I just told you. I don't remember nobody's name.
Okay. Do you recall providing a video to the police?
I don't.
Do you recall a video wherein Antonio Sledge was talking to the camera?
It's all on social media. I play it, so of course I seen it.
All right. Could you speak into the...
It's on social.
All right. All right. Mr. Steele, before I recessed, I asked you, how did you get this information? And it is not covered by work product. There's only one way you could have gotten it. So I'm going to ask you again. And I respect that. And it gives me no joy. But as you know, Georgia Rule of Professional Conduct, please check me. Rule 1.6, comment 5 reads, and this is what I have. 1.6. I know what the rule says, but here's the thing. Well, I'm just. You need to please tell me who you got it from. I'm not asking you sum and substance of anything as of yet, okay? But I need you to tell me how you got the information. If you don't tell me how you got the information, I'm going to hold you in contempt. I understand. I don't want to be held in contempt. And I don't want to hold you in contempt, but this is so sacrosanct to have a conversation in my chambers parroted to you and others. It is that serious. Yeah. And that's why I raised it. It is that serious that we should have been there and it shouldn't have happened. Sir, that's a whole separate issue. And that's why ex parte conversations are recorded. Why would it be ex parte? You're acting like it's ex parte under seal. It's ex parte. It's ex parte because that's what the state asked me to do. It's just like when you asked me for an ex parte conversation. I've never asked this honorable court or any court to meet with me and a witness. Sir, you're straying off the issue. I'm not. The issue is how did you get this information? I understand the issue. I promise you, I understand it. But what I'm trying to ask you is, if you look at comment 5, this is how I understand the law. You cannot you can't violate something and then use privilege. Okay? I'm not violating anything. Okay, but that's why I'm saying, how did you get information? But just listen to what I'm trying to tell you. You're threatening me with contempt. Privilege would occur. The privilege in 1.6 would occur if you were in the right place, right time to begin with. You weren't. Let me tell you, I'm just reading from it. But if I'm reading it wrong, I'm not trying to. It says 1.6 applies not merely to matters communicated in confidence by the client, but also to all information gained in the professional relationship, whatever its source. So you're asking me to break, you're ordering me, maybe. You're asking me, I'm not saying you're ordering me, but to give you information, and you're saying it's not sum and substance, but I'm telling you I can't do that under the bar rule. All right, well, I'm going to hold you in contempt. And you can think about it. 5 o'clock today, we'll see where you are at that stand on that point. Because no, that's not what I understand the rule to be. I've not asked you sum and substance of what was said. I asked you how you got it. You can't do that. Yes, you can, because I have an idea how you got it. Well, your idea. I have an idea how you got it, but that's improper, sir. Your idea may be wrong, and you're asking me to listen. I told you the first time. And I'm not going to breach that contract. I don't want to hold you in contempt, but this is that serious. Judge, you cannot eavesdrop and get information that was not meant for you to hear at that particular point in time. Judge, listen, I'll do whatever you want to 5 o'clock or thereafter. But what I'm trying to tell you is, Your Honor,
This is so serious to me. We need a hearing, and I'm moving for a mistrial. It is my understanding, based upon information belief,
From
that
whom?
part of it.
From whom?
Well, I'd like to get the substance first, and then we can
Okay,
talk.
well, then you'll be in custody until then, because because you need to tell me how you got the information. I'm not asking you what was said. You've already kind of given us some snippets of what you said. That tells me that somebody parroted that information to you. So,
but you're assuming something because I told you already.
Well, then, other than if you were sitting, unless you were sitting in there with a recorder, or Miss Love or Miss Hilton, or one of the deputies gave you that information, or Miss Weaver shot you a rough copy of the transcript, there's only one other person that's left. Can't do that. I have to be the referee. So the jury decides those particular issues of believability and credibility. Now, I'm not getting into the throes of war between you and the state. That's your business, and that is certainly
nothing to do with a throw war.
No. But anyways, I'm not going to have a.
When I got this information,
I'm not going to have any further conversation with you about this. I want to know. The question still remains. I want to know who gave you the information.
I'd like to know what information happened outside our presence. That's really it.
He can go into custody at this point in time.
I think that the court needs to again declare a mistrial based upon.
Okay, and I'm going to deny your motion. I'm going to deny your motion.
I understand that you spoke with a witness outside of our presence.
And whenever, yes, I had an ex parte conversation, which is appropriate.
And you influenced the witness based upon information belief, and I'd like to have that all on the record.
All right.
I mean, I don't know why that's so hard to do. If nothing happened bad, that's fine. But you're acting like, tell me who it is and don't talk about the substance. Why can't we have an issue that was outside of presence? It should not have been.
Because you got some information that you shouldn't have gotten.
Why?
Well, that's for another day.
But why?
Okay,
why
that's for another day.
In the first place, I didn't know about this stuff.
That's for another day. So
I raised it as soon as we found out about it.
Well,
I gave you the case I'm relying on. I assume you read it. If you didn't read it, you should read it. It's a material part, a critical part of the case. When a judge speaks with a witness outside the presence of the accused, the court has said it's right there in Division 2.
Okay.
That is a material or critical part of the case, and it's an automatic reversal.
Mr. Steele.
But you're acting like it's
Mr. Steele, that is not that is not the case when somebody discloses information in a ex parte conversation that the one of the parties lawfully asked me to hold.
You're not supposed to have communication with a witness who's been sworn. You know that I'm not telling you. I'm just saying if you read I'm assuming you read it. That's what it says. And you did it.
The state wishes to be heard.
You said it supposedly.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what I'm trying to
see how rude he is. He just cut Mr. Steele off like he wasn't talking.
get to is why did that happen outside of presence? And I need to have I'm respectfully requesting the transcript that you mentioned to be given to us so we could really understand it. And then anything that was not on the transcript, if anything, that we understand what happened outside our presence.
Okay.
And now you have put it where somehow I have to reveal, and I told you the first time, I'd be breaching 1.6. And I know you're assuming something.
I don't think you're breaching 1.6. You can't hide behind 1.6.
I'm not hiding behind anything.
And you can't hide behind, yeah, but the thing is, I think you got this information. Somebody disclosed it to you, and that's the only way you could have gotten it.
What I got.
Because unless you're sitting there. unless you're sitting there and you're eavesdropping. So you can't use something ordinarily that you had no business getting to begin with, and then stand on, well, hey, we didn't give you the information, or that a party didn't give you the information. So,
Your Honor, but that's the issue, isn't it?
well,
Why aren't we
that leads to be told. But
right now, we don't know
Mr. Steele,
why we were excluded from that.
Mr. Steele,
and I want that information because
Just
Mr.
stop.
Williams' constitutional right on the Georgia Constitution.
Just stop at this point in time, because
Article 1, Section 1, Paragraph
you've
12.
already said that. You've already
The
said
Georgia
that.
Constitution, and we have the right to be present.
All right, Mr.
And we're not waiving anything.
Yes, Madam, Ms. Love.
And Your Honor, excuse me. And I know I said this previously.
Yes, sir.
But we are not accepting any proffer from Ms. Love.
Okay, excuse me.
Okay. All right.
To the court. The court has inquired. We have no way of knowing what it is or who it was that disclosed information that was contained within an ex parte conversation. Not only was there an ex parte communication between that we requested as a state to be on record with the court, but there was communication made, I believe, to a person and his lawyer. I don't know that the reason that counsel took the podium was to address that particular issue so much as it was to try and assert an inaccurate, what he calls fact, and put it out there in the open as if it were true. But we certainly have the right to request ex parte communications. That's why we ask that the court reporter be present. This is a matter that the defendants did not have a right to be a part of, as this was a matter regarding a civil contempt that the court imposed upon a person for not obeying the court's directive. The state read the case that Mr. Steele cited. It does not stand for the proposition he asserts that it does. And regarding further legal support for our position, we would provide that to the court, but we are more concerned that information that is disclosed in an ex parte setting gets relayed to the parties who are not privy to that. The whole purpose of the ex parte request was so that that did not happen. And we expressed on the record our concerns and our reasons for concern regarding that. We believe that without more information about how that information got relayed to the defendants, we cannot make the kind of assertion I'd be inclined to make. So before making the next set of assertions, I would need to know how that information was made privy to them, to counsels for the defendant. We did not act inappropriately or outside of the rules of professional responsibility. And if need be, we will reach out to the state bar ourselves and ask what the appropriate remedy is for everything that has happened over the last 2 days, well, the last 2 work days, because we are extremely concerned. We have observed a number of actions on the parts of a number of people that I am not comfortable stating publicly at this time, but that would appear to call for being addressed in some other way. So as to Mr. Steele's request, I guess it was for a mistrial. I'm not even certain what all that was. I think it was probably more to make inaccurate assertions on the record public to whomever was within listening shot of his voice. And we would ask that the court strike everything that he said from the time he stood up and started talking after the court asked him where it was that he obtained the information that was made privy in counsel for this court.
All right.
And regarding Rule 1.6, Your Honor, we read 1.6 as standing there. 1.6 in no way shields Mr. Steele's answer that the court requested he give. Rule 1.6 has to do with attorney-client privilege, and that is information that Mr. Steele obtained from his client regarding whatever matters. I don't know if the information was leaked to his client from someone who was in chambers, or if the information was leaked directly to Mr. Steele. In either event, it is concerning and in no way falls under the protections of Rule 1.6. If the court would allow me a moment.
All right.
Regarding further appropriate remedies, Your Honor, we would ask the court for an opportunity to further look into appropriate remedies for circumstances such as this, apart from what the court has already said, because it's grave enough when information is leaked from within the court's chambers regarding a matter that has been requested as ex parte, and we would ask for the opportunity to present to the court additional appropriate remedies that we believe are available.
All right. Sure.
And Your Honor, also, unless it's Mr. Adams representing Mr. Steele in the capacity as someone who has been held in contempt, Mr. Steele just argued whatever it is that they are trying to argue based on information we believe illegally obtained from the court's chambers.
I represent Mr. Williams, and my statements are in regards to my representation of Mr. Williams.
All right.
He has 2 attorneys.
Okay, yeah, he does, but
The court now having found Mr. Steele in contempt, if the court continues in that position, that leaves Mr. Williams represented, at least at this juncture, by myself. That puts me in a position of making sure the court is aware that I'm in receipt of the same information that Mr. Steele received. I'm of the same opinion that the court has engaged in behavior that I believe compromises and corrupts the continuation of this trial. I do believe that we are entitled to and should receive a copy of the transcript so that a full investigation can be made as to what we believe has occurred here. And so I take the same position as Mr. Steele. I am asking for a mistrial, as he did previously. And I'm telling the court that I do not believe that we can proceed at this point based upon the information that we've received.
All right, sir.
And frankly, I don't believe the state has any say in that. My statements are in regards to my representation of Mr. Williams. And if Mr. Steele is going to be held in contempt, I have exactly the same position. I also do not.
Well,
believe
I asked him, so I didn't ask you.
Yeah.
So, but I'll leave it at that. Okay. What is it, Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Your Honor. As you know, I represent Shannon Stillwell. On behalf of Shannon Stillwell, I am going to be moving for a mistrial, first and foremost. I just want to clear up a few things that have been said. Today, we were instructed to come 8:30 for a 9 o'clock start. I would not be honest with the court if I said I was here at 8:30, but I was probably here at about 8:40. We did not start till approximately, I'm estimating 11 o'clock. Clearly, we figured something was going on. We were given no information about any meeting, who was meeting, what the meeting was about, or whether the meeting was ex parte or not ex parte, who requested the meeting, who was in the meeting. We were completely in the dark. And quite frankly, we kind of remain in the dark. I am not a false accuser, okay? I do not just willy-nilly accuse people of things. So I'm not going to throw out spurious allegations like the ones that have been thrown at me over the past couple days that are absurd. But I will say, Your Honor, what I do know is just based on what we've heard over the last 20 minutes, it appears there was a meeting that I knew nothing about that involved Your Honor, the district attorneys, and a witness who had been sworn in. My client was not given an opportunity to be present at this critical stage. This was a critical stage in this trial. That error is a foundational structural error in this case, and it is the cause for an immediate mistrial. Additionally, Your Honor, I believe that this meeting, again, I'm going to ask for the transcript and I'm going to ask for the recordings as well, should they exist. But I believe that this meeting with a witness without us present may have made the district attorneys and or Your Honor a witness to this in this case, a material witness in this case. And finally, Your Honor, I'm going to ask for as soon as possible, I'm going to ask that these proceedings be halted until we can obtain an accurate final transcript for what occurred where none of the defendants or defense counsel were present for, and also the recordings of that meeting so we can see where we are. Again, I'm not going to sit up here and make false accusations or spurious allegations, but I do think we need to figure out what happened. We need to be in the know and not in the dark about what happened when a meeting occurs with a witness that has been sworn in. And we're not invited to the party. So those are my requests, Your Honor. I think it's necessary at this time to put a halt to these proceedings. I am moving for a mistrial. I have not waived anything. I just found out about this information. It is timely, and that's our stance, Your Honor. Thank you.
I've noted your motion for mistrial. It's denied. Okay, are you same thing? You want the Harvey?
Mr.
Okay, all right. Okay, Mr.
And I'm adopting all of the statements.
All right.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Carrington Matthews here on behalf of Mr. Mark Huey.
Okay.
We are also adopting all the arguments that have been made by
All right, sir.
Steele, by Attorney Keith Adams, by Attorney Max Sharp, by Attorney Douglas Weinstein. We also, Your Honor, we were here the appropriate time. And when the court did come out, we were not made aware that there had even been an communication that was had, that was on the record, just in the point of just letting the parties know that there had been this particular meeting. I had my suspicions that that was likely what was going on, but I could not reduce that to a fact. When the court came out, the court just got we believe that based upon, again, ex parte, we don't have to know the substance all the time. Just the fact that there was that meeting, Your Honor, would have at least put us on some notice that there was something that was going on, even beforehand. I thought that would have been the appropriate move, but nonetheless, Your Honor, I'm asking the court for mistrial. I believe that it's appropriate here under these facts and circumstances. Thank you.
All right, motion for mistrial denied. Ms. D. Williams?
All
right, thank you, madam. Motion's denied. Mr. Garner? Okay, so noted. All right. Okay, Mr. Steele, last time, who told you? All right, Mr. Steele's in custody. And once he clears the area, we'll go ahead and get started.
If by that point means that we'll get started and resume the trial, Your Honor.
Yeah, we're going to continue. I'm not caught nothing.
I'm not going to participate in the trial without the Steele and without
You don't have that luxury at this point in time, sir. You don't. You don't. You don't have that luxury. You don't have that luxury at this point in time. You don't.
without the court addressing the issue that we believe is germane.
Sir, you all are really getting yourselves cross purposes at this point in time.
I don't believe so.
Sir, I'm telling you, you are at this point in time. You made some things out of nothing. I think that you're on very precarious ground at this point in time. So I'm telling you at this point in time, he's in custody. We're going to go ahead and start. You can represent Mr. Williams. That's okay. That's fine. I'll take up the other stuff as needed. But I'm not going to take it up right now. Say again?
Respectfully, I will not. I cannot.
Sir, you have to. Well, you're gonna have to do the best you can at this point in time, because you don't get to extort the court. That's what you're attempting to do at this point in time, sir. Yes, you are. What you're trying to do is, I'm not going forward if I don't get this. You know, it doesn't work that way, Mr. Adams. And I'm telling you at this point in time, I would just kind of govern yourself accordingly, sir. I'm telling you, as the court, under these particular circumstances, everything will come out as it should. I don't think, sir, I don't have enough information at this point in time to address it. I don't. But I'm telling you at this point in time, there is nothing that was given, said, whatever, this morning.
If there is any accuracy to some of the information that we are.
But sir, I don't even know. Your co-counsel won't even tell me who said whatever. Okay. And the challenge I'm having in this particular circumstance is that is such a violation of the sacrosanctness of the court's chambers and an ex parte conversation. You're just glossing over that. You're glossing over that in its entirety. No. It's not, sir. Sir. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. I'm just telling you, that's not what happened.
Judge, respectfully, we are not obligated to simply accept that there's been no violation. We believe that there has been, and the only. Okay, well then no, we're not doing that at this point in time. So you'll have a choice to make. All right, take Mr. Steele into custody, please.
Your Honor, would the court afford me one moment to confer with counsel regarding the appropriate remedy in this type of...
Okay, all right.
May I say one thing, Your Honor?
Yes, sir, you certainly may.
Mr. Williams does not wish to go forward without me being here. You are removing me against his will, my will. You're taking away his right to counsel. And you're conducting material parts of this trial without me present, and I can't learn about it by watching online. So for that reason, additionally, I ask for a mistrial. And I assume you deny, but I'd like you to deny our motions for mistrial. You denied the other people.
I denied your motion, but I'll certainly take that under advisement, sir.
We're in recess.
And as I stated to Regina in the chat, the beauty of it all is he was reversed at the Supreme Court of Georgia's level. So they just made a ASS/U/me when you assume that you're right. So that's what happened to him. And he was wrong. One of the issues I heard that he has with Mr. Steele is the fact that Mr. Steele has had a couple of his decisions reversed and remanded. And so these people hold grudges, although they're not supposed to in their profession, but they're Article 1 judges. They're not Article 3 judges. And in case you want to know what article, I'm talking about the U.S., which is the United States Constitution for America, that everyone should familiarize themselves with 7 articles, and the first 10 amendments are the Bill of Rights, which I believe it's about 26 to 29 amendments in all. But we should really be studying those things, and the Christian Black Codes, as well as the Casual Killing Act of 1669. These are things that are actually running this country right now today that many Asiatic people are not aware of. And we talk out of our emotions and how we feel rather than fact and what is written. So I just kind of want to say that before we move on. Now we're going to go to Mr. Williams' plea deal in the courtroom. And this was a glorious day. Everyone was excited about it. Those of us who understand the trial penalty and sitting in jail. I've never sat in jail, but I've been to jail many a times and prison more than anyone that I know. But the difference between me and those people, I was on the visitation side, and I supported my loved ones and friends that were incarcerated, either by visits, by letters, by commissary, by trust fund donations, whichever one it was. I've always supported individuals because I know by the time people make it to prison, they've messed up pretty much with everybody they know. And it's good to see these young men have family members that come to the courtroom every day, like Mr. Williams, whose mom had to come every day when she could make it. And it was a rare occasion, according to infamous Sylvia, that she missed a day in court, and she was in a wheelchair. His dad, who used to come every single day until they put him on the witness list, and then the prosecutor said, of course, he couldn't be in the courtroom because he was going to be a witness. So it's things like that that these people do. A couple of people lost parents since they've been locked up for 2 years without a bond. So until you're in that seat, in those shoes, then you can tell me what you did after you made your decision. Because it's very easy for us to say what we would or wouldn't do when we're not faced with the situation. It's called a U factor. and only you can do whatever it is in your life. And you can easily speak on somebody else's coming from your experience, but you definitely can't do that coming from their experience. So a lot of people are disappointed, but for a lot of people, this was entertainment. And so they're not going to be entertained, and they're not going to get to see their entertainer sitting in the courtroom every day. But we have two men still fighting for their freedom and their lives. And so I would ask that everybody continue to support them that supported them. If you didn't support them, that's fine. But you never know when it could be you in that position, whether you committed a crime or not. All it has to be is an accusation or alleged. Because as we know, throughout this place we call a country, they will indict a ham sandwich. And if you can indict a sandwich, be it pork or beef, then we're in trouble. And many of us don't even know it. Regina said lawyers came out of the woodwork in support of Mr. Steele on this judge taking him into custody. Yes, they did. He belongs to an organization of defense attorneys where the Shiro Ashley Merchant is the president right now, but Brian has sat as president, and so has his wife, Colette. She's also an attorney, and she was working on that appeal while this judge was talking crazy about her husband. So it's really, really, really important that we learn of some of this stuff and just start reading. And again, if you don't like reading, you can ask YouTube about audio version. Many of documents and books are audio versioned on YouTube. YouTube is really a university, and there's a lot you can learn. But even still, you can ask Google. Regina said corruption anywhere and upheld allows for corruption to spread everywhere. And that is so very true. A trial penalty, the difference between the sentence a defendant receives after a trial and the sentence offered in a plea bargain. We're not going to listen to Love do a lot of talk. In Mr. Williams' case, I tried to find one where we didn't have to hear her voice as much, because I really can't stand listening to that woman when she's on a rant or when she calls herself being professional but going down like she's at the bar at night and had about 5 drinks and talking to the gentleman sitting next to her. That's the way she sounds. That may not be her, but that's how she sounds. But we are about to listen to now Mr. Williams. And this was very tear-jerking. Matter of fact, all of these plea bargains for me as a mother was tear-jerking. Although my son, thankfulness to date, has not had any run-ins with the law, but it only takes one ignorant, uneducated officer to put you in a position where you may go to jail or you may end up going to the morgue. So I'm just grateful we've never had any of those moments and that he's a productive young man. But again, it could happen to me, and I sit at home every day. All we have to do is get a false alarm on our alarm system. And we've had people who called the police out to their homes who were unalived minutes later. So anything can happen. And, you know, I talk about everybody I know, good, bad, or indifferent. I think the difference between me and a lot of people, I don't judge people. I don't have anywhere for them to go, and they can't put me nowhere. So what they think of me is none of my business. What I try to do is do right by people and not harm people and not have people harm me. With that being said, we're going to move on because we're going into the 3rd hour, and I certainly appreciate all 7 of you that are in the chat and any that are in the bushes. Thank you very much. Another thing Mr. Steele is going to point out, the issues that Mr. Williams is having with his family. And Seti Nash does a good job. And he said that, you know, one of his sons wanted to unalive himself. Again, his mom in the wheelchair, his dad not being able to be present. And some people talk about his dad. I really respect that young man. And I call him a young man because he's younger than me. Again, you know, I just turned another year. I'm 66 now. And I just want to commend all of these people and their families and what they're going through. And I hope these young men getting to go ahead, the other three, to start the beginning of their lives anew. They're incarcerated, so they're going to face some issues because I don't know if you've ever known anyone imprisoned, but it's a whole different world. And the challenges are great. But there is people, I should say there are people, that have done their time and not allowed their time to do them. And they do have some semblance of programs that if you're at a certain stage and a certain place in your incarceration, you can participate in. Some people may want to, but don't qualify. So some people may qualify and won't take advantage of. We have to know that going to prison is not rehabilitation. And that's what it should be, and we should fight for that as the people. What it is punishment upon punishment. Inhumane, caged environment. And I don't think that all of these long, drawn-out sentences, as one of the forefathers said, was designed for people to spend all that time. That's why states came up with good conduct time, and they doubled the days. So it's a lot of ways that, you know, we can do better. But we, the people, have to hold them to account. And if we keep allowing them to get away with it and just discussing it amongst ourselves, nothing will ever change. But Sam Cooke said he know. It's been a long time coming. And that's Mo 3 version. Long time coming, but I know change gonna come. Now he say something different, but I just want to go back to Sam Cooke. A change is coming. When, I can't say, but it's coming. I may not get there with the change, but I promise you, it's coming.
All right, Mr. Steele or Mr. Adams, does the defense want to put anything on the record? Obviously, you need to make a recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Many of the statements made by the prosecutor, we vehemently disagree with. The prosecutor misstated many pieces of evidence and then took liberty that is the state's theory. Mr. Williams has tendered a nolo contendere plea to the RICO conspiracy count. And in that count, there are several overt acts. And the first one, Your Honor, deals with a traffic stop. It's on September 9th of 2013. And I won't go through every one because it might take a long time, but just for completeness for this, the court knows, Mr. Williams is driving a car. There is a dash cam video of the stop. The officer who testified at the trial 11 years later, the case was a gun was found under the passenger seat. Mr. Williams is not tied to the gun. He's not convicted of that. And the dash cam video that the officer said would have picked up sound as well as definitely video was never turned over to us, supposedly lost, could not explain the loss. The armed robbery in another overt act of Mr. Dodson, D-O-D-S-O-N, has the following information. The state only, because we haven't called witnesses yet. So the state put up a man who said nothing except, I don't recall. And then they put in his prior recorded jail calls. That man was taken, his name is Mr. Bean, B-E-A-N. He was taken to Grady Hospital, and he was spoken with by a detective. The state vehemently accused me of lying to the jury, that the man never went, Mr. Bean was never taken to Grady Hospital, and that somehow I planted on him to say something on a recording where he said, the reason I implicated Jeffrey Williams is because the police told me that it would be easier for me. Then I had to go through the CAD reports and show that Mr. Bean was in fact taken to Grady Hospital, and Mr. Bean on recording told Detective Quinn, who of course told the truth. Yes, when I spoke to the detective previously, I did lie. Then what the state doesn't tell the jury is that there's another man in the car. He is shot at the scene. He's arrested. He pled guilty. His name is Fred Prethro, P-R-E-T-H-O. And Mr. Prethro is in the Georgia State Prison System, easy to find. Mr. Prethro was in Grady Hospital also, unfortunately suffering from a gunshot wound. And you can hear the medical equipment behind him. And Detective Williams came in and was recording the whole conversation and said how many people were in the car. And Mr. Prethro names the people: Adrian Bean, who's the gentleman I just said, himself, and Walter Murphy. Are you sure there weren't a fourth person in the car? No, the three of us. The state doesn't call that person. The state does call Detective Williams. So I wanted to ask and inquire on that. The state, to obstruct, if that's obstruction, asked the predecessor court to prohibit me from getting into the fact of any conversation that would have impeached another witness. It's fine. Fred Prethro's on my witness list as well as the detective, and I have the recordings. In addition to that, Walter Murphy gave a statement while in the hospital, and his statement is very interesting. It's two different police reports, signed the same date, which is September 11th of 2013, and on the first 7 lines of the police report, they're identical. Then all of a sudden, when it gets to on the right-hand police report, it says Mr. Murphy stated that there were 3 people, I believe, I have to go back, in the vehicle. On the other police report, it states Mr. Murphy stated there were 4 people. There's no reason that they should be different. They're both signed the same. The state doesn't call that officer at all. I tried to ask Mr. Murphy about it. The state objects, and the predecessor judge sustained the objection. Mr. Williams was not involved in the Mr. Dotson. Miss Bennett, that was Mother's Day, May 12, 2013. She reports allegedly an armed robbery. The detective who testified here and investigated stated he never took out arrest warrants for Mr. Williams. And he wrote in his police report, Miss Bennett is not truthful. That is the case that the state is talking about. The state then, there was Brady evidence that they don't turn over, and we find out about it in court after they arrest Miss Bennett because they say she's not cooperating, and it comes out that she told the prosecution over and over again that this did not happen the way that she reported it, and she doesn't remember. As to Donovan Thomas, and Mr. Williams has nothing but empathy, sympathy, and sorrow. They were friends. It is a lie. What the prosecution put before this jury is a lie. What happened here is the prosecution comes up with a theory because they need a motive, they think. I know you don't need a motive in reality to prove a murder case or any other case, but they wanted a motive. So they made it where Mr. Williams and a gentleman named Rich Homie Quan, his name is Mr. Lamar, he's a performer, and Mr. Williams and Mr. Lamar were close. There are public documents, recordings, Mr. Lamar being interviewed almost every year, and then he talks about his time with this band or group called Rich Gang, and he says every year up to this past year, he, God forbid, died, we can't call him as a witness, how close he is to Mr. Williams. The state, though, made it in this case, or tried to make it, that Mr. Williams and Rich Homie Quan are enemies because Rich Homie Quan will not sign with a record label that has nothing to do with Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams doesn't sign to that record label. That record label is owned by a gentleman named Brian Williams, also goes by Birdman, wildly successful. He started Drake's career. He started Mr. Dwayne Carter, performer known as Lil Wayne's career.
He started Nicki Minaj's career, just fabulous, powerful person, well-respected in the industry. But the state wants it to be that Donovan Thomas interceded and would not let Rich Homie Quan sign to Mr. Brian Birdman Williams. And that is the reason that Jeffrey Williams had a feud and killed Donovan Thomas. Your Honor, what the evidence would really show if we kept going to trial, and I could tell you that Mr. Adams and I never thought we'd be in front of this honorable court. We always thought it would go all the way through trial. Was the state is saying that Rich Homie Quan and Jeffrey Williams don't speak since the fall, and they have a bad relationship the fall of 2014. We would have shown, and we served on the state, December 15th, 2014. Jeffrey Williams in a private plane with Mr. Lamar or Rich Homie Quan, and they are high-fiving and laughing with each other. That is on audio video. There's a man who the state hasn't called yet, Mr. Martinez Arnold, also known as Duke. It's on the state's witness list. He's represented by the Honorable Ashley Merchant. He's on that plane as well. He would have identified the item, and he would have testified.
And the Honorable Ashley Merchant, my shero, told them in her letter to the DA that they won't be pulling that arrest that they did for the other witnesses, because if you live in state, they can't do that arrest that they did to several of the witnesses. So they wasn't ready for Ashley Merchant, and they really didn't want to see her, and as should be, because they really showed their behinds in the open records hearing. It was really horrible, and I did video about it. When a man can be on the witness stand and say that he works for the DA office, but he doesn't read requests, he doesn't refer the requests on forward, he doesn't know what was said, but he can tell a person that they're disingenuous and he wouldn't have anything to do with them, and they're harassers and they're picking on their Madam DA. Well, she may be a madam, all right, but it's not the madam that they're putting her in the light. But I'm going to let Mr. Steele continue as we listen to Jeffrey's plea deal. I just had to interject that. That's what happened for Duke.
That Mr. Williams and Mr. Lamar were very close in December 2014. Then on December 29th of 2014, Mr. Williams, Mr. Rich Homie Quan, Mr. Arnold, others were at Brian Williams' home in Miami, Florida. There was a posting by Mr. Lamar, Rich Homie Quan, and a picture of Mr. Arnold and Mr. Lamar, and they said, Mr. Lamar says, "This is my number one man, Duke," or something to that effect. We would have put that into evidence. In addition to that, Your Honor, on December 8th, 2 days before Mr. Thomas, God forbid, was killed, Mr. Williams is with Mr. Thomas, as well as Mr. Sledge and Brian Williams in Brian Williams' tour bus outside of a fabulous entertainer, artist, Mr. Clifford Harris, T.I.'s studio, and at that time, they were very close. But you also have the detective with the gang unit, Detective Underwood. I asked her within the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, did you do any, and she was on the gang unit the entire time, including today. And I asked her, do you have any evidence about Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas being close friends? And she said, yes, of course I knew that. I said, how about in January of 2015, close to the time of Mr. Thomas's death? She said, yes, they were close friends. Mr. Michael Sprinkle, he's a deputy district attorney in the Fulton County DA's office. He has a recording with Mr. Treadwell. You've heard the name O.G. Bentley. And in that, they're going through the evidence. And Mr. Treadwell, it's important because he has a child, two actually, with Mr. Thomas's sister. So he's family. And Mr. Sprinkle states this is 2018, this is after the rental car, this is after all of the interviews of Mr. Copeland, this is after the interviews of Mr. Zachary. Mr. Sprinkle's in some of those interviews with Mr. Zachary. Mr. Sprinkle on tape, on recording, states, I do not know why anybody thinks Jeffrey Williams is involved in this killing. He and Donovan Thomas were close friends. It makes no sense to anyone. And Mr. Williams was never arrested, never charged, even in this, as the court just noted, with anything to do with Donovan Thomas's, God forbid, killing. In addition to that, Donovan Thomas has a place that he used to stay with a group of people on Auburn Avenue. Jeffrey Williams performed and did a music shoot there to try to help other people who are suffering in poverty to get out and to be able to be seen and to broadcast their music. Jeffrey Williams does that for everybody because he comes, Your Honor, from the struggle of total poverty, seeing people killed. He saw his brother die right in front of him, and the law enforcement, I'm not blaming anybody, everybody's on edge, but law enforcement would not get any help for him because there are all these people around. It is just what Mr. Williams has gone through is wrong for everyone. It's not just Mr. Williams, it's that whole community, but he's trying to get people out of poverty and out of that community. I have been with Mr. Williams where we have gone to speak with children together, and he tells them, don't be a rapper. Be like Brian, be a lawyer, keep in school. He tells his children, get your education. His family, his whole being, Your Honor, is trying to break the chains of poverty for others, and it has been spun in this courtroom with false statements and allegations against Mr. Williams at every turn. In addition to that, Your Honor, the state talks about the fact that Mr. Williams takes people to Miami. You would have heard evidence if we went forward. I put all these people on my witness list. Not one person on my witness list has been interviewed by law enforcement or the prosecution. They have investigated this case for 15 years. They haven't interviewed all these people. That Sprinter van that you heard about, that was already booked days before. Going to Miami, Florida, Mr. Williams and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams, they did a video shoot for a music video. If anybody would have gone further with the expert for the state, they would have seen that Mr. Williams' cell phone does not contact any of the co-defendants that are named here in Miami, and Mr. Williams stays at a separate location than any of those persons. He would always take people who can't afford it on airplanes, on buses, on tours, to his concerts. He let everyone go because, Your Honor, they never left that area. He wanted to show people you have an opportunity. The world is big. Mr. Williams gave jobs to everybody who'd want to work. He'd give them jobs and security, and I'm not insulting them. They really weren't their jobs, but they were being mentored, but they were given titles and tried to give them respect and opportunity. But if they did not wish to work, Mr. Williams would not allow them to work with them. This has all been turned on its head by the state. The fact that the state has put in Mr. Williams' lyrics are offensive. Mr. Williams has tens of thousands of recordings. On our witness list, we are bringing in all of his people, his recording artists, his engineers, his managers, his record label, and an expert, the Honorable Dr. Eric Nielsen, to talk about how Mr. Williams creates his music. His music is then changed around and merged. Mr. Williams, some of the lyrics you just heard are not even uttered by Mr. Williams. The state has no idea when these lyrics were made. Some of them were made before the shooting of Donovan Thomas that the state is saying this applies to the Donovan Thomas killing with the Tahoe. They are so far afield of where we need to be when we are trying to, God forbid, take somebody's liberty, Your Honor. The state is talking about things like F the judge and I rep my life for real. That's not even said by Mr. Williams, but they don't care to find out. They are on a tunnel vision to try to convict a man who should not be convicted. The statement about, I never killed nobody, but I got something to do with that body. If the state just bothered to talk with anybody, that is a Nicki Minaj song with Jeffrey Williams. It is written by Nicki Minaj. That is on the text messages I gave, not the text message, the Instagram or Twitter rather, that I gave to the state. That is out well before this, but the state doesn't care. This is out in 2015 or 16 or 17 or 18, I can't remember, I think 18, where Mr. Williams was asked who wrote anybody, and his response is anybody was written by Nicki Minaj, and it was. But it was really written and sung. It's a takeoff of a song by Tupac. There's a song that it parallels, which is an inspiration. But here we are with the state. Also, I never killed nobody, but I got something to do with the body. The next line comes up is, it's a truancy body. The state can't explain that, so they just conveniently leave it out. Your Honor, there were wiretaps on this case. Mr. Williams, it was going to come out, there was an application to wiretap his phone. The state never presented it to a judge. That speaks volumes. The leader of the YSL criminal street gang, who's been involved from 2012 until his arrest, and even according to the state, while we sit here, they never even tried to wiretap his phone. It might have been because they don't really know what his phone number is. So all these communications you're being told about with Mr. Huey, I'm not so sure the state could have gotten anybody to say that's Mr. Williams' phone. This is how the trial has gone for us. But we sit here for almost 2 years since we did our jury selection initiation on January 4th, 2023. Mr. Williams has been sitting in a jail since May 9th, 2022. This is 2.5 years waiting for the conclusion of the state's case and a verdict from the jury, and that's why he is tendering this plea. I'm telling the court this, and the court knows when you came out the first time, it's very hard for Mr. Williams. I am not supportive of what we're doing right now. I'm not against it. But I told Mr. Williams, that I think we're winning the trial and we should go to verdict. But he told me I can't wait another 3 months if there is any possibility I could go home because I have children that are hurting. I have things to do, and he has some medical issues that he would like to tend to. He eats out of a bag, Your Honor. He eats processed food only. He gained 75 pounds during trial. He's lost it since. But it is hard. You know, for me, it's only 3 more months. It's enjoyable, actually. I enjoy coming. It's not that enjoyable for Mr. Williams. He told me he wakes up. He wakes up every day, and it's another day in HE blank blank. Your Honor, the state is talking about, in this case, they put in social media. This honorable court was not here, but the state put in that Mr. Williams, in the indictment, Mr. Williams put out a call for murder. He put $24 million murder for hire on a person's head. That is a lot of money, and that is awful. If they would have read the chat, the Instagram chat, Mr. Williams, right above it, there's a picture of a very well-known, very accomplished musical artist who actually had surgically implanted in his forehead a pink diamond worth $24 million that day. That's what Mr. Williams would talk about. That's the type of evidence that is coming from the state of Georgia in this case. It is wrong. This is all wrong. And I know we're pleading guilty, and I know we're pleading nolo, and I know we're asking this honorable court for a certain sentence, and we'll get to it with the court's permission. But this is the type of evidence that there is. But it is holding this man hostage. And that's not really what we're supposed to do, district attorney time, in the state of Georgia or anywhere. The state then, because I opened on that, then they never bothered to put in all of the chats. Why did it take me to read the chats? In addition to that, going back to Donovan Thomas, talk about Mr. Williams involved, the state did a geofence. A geofence tracks his devices. It doesn't have to be a phone. It could be an iPad. It could be any type of electronic device that targets and is used. You don't have to be on the phone. It's the contact. If he has an app open, it'll capture it. And the state targeted the McDonald's, where they keep saying that Mr. Williams met with people there. They targeted the barbershop where, God forbid, the killing occurred. And they targeted a third location, no, 2 locations. And it comes out, Ms. Williams' devices are not there. It's exculpatory. I don't get that information. I got that because I interviewed Lieutenant Crabtree, and the results can't be found, according to prosecution. I did a motion for that. They just can't find it. That is great evidence for Mr. Williams. It would have also shown clearly that when he does go down from his house after getting this call that I'll talk about from Demise McMullen, he's not with these other people. And the expert for the state, the FBI agent who does the telephone analysis, Mr. Williams' phone does not ping off the same tower as a Demise McMullen or a Mr. Copeland or a Mr. Garlington or whomever. The state of Georgia has misrepresented for 2 years in front of this jury. They have hidden evidence. They have violated Brady. They have falsely accused Mr. Williams. Your Honor, saying that Mr. Williams gets that call 7 minutes after, the state said 6, it was 7 minutes after the killing of Donovan Thomas from Demise McMullen. Mr. Williams was already out of his home. Mr. Demise McMullen's calling Mr. Williams. He's not even there. He's going down to meet with Mr. Kelvin Treadwell, also known as O.G. Bentley. O.G. Bentley was supposed to go to Miami, Florida. They were talking about this deal. And Mr. Williams, that day, he was given another contract. Mr. Williams, by this time, he went from zero money. He is a multimillionaire at the time. He doesn't need the Cleveland Avenue drug deals for $15. He doesn't need the shootings. He wasn't even living in Atlanta since 2018, 19, 20, 21. He came back the very end of 21, 6 months, and he got arrested in May of 2022. In his house, Your Honor, we have everyone on the witness list. There are 12 people living at that house. Mr. Williams opens up any of a car that he has. He'll rent cars for people. Any home he has, he will allow people to live in hotels because people that he knows, unfortunately, are homeless. And he gives them all places to stay, cars to drive around. He is not involved in criminal activity. Mr. Williams just got back in our country. His passport shows it. Right before he was arrested on May 9th of 2022, there were other people in that house with the drugs and the guns. There are people whose the guns are in their names. They were going to come in court and claim the guns. Everybody else was doing as well, but Mr. Williams has entered a guilty plea. I'm not going back on that, but I just want you to know that this case is just wrong to do to somebody with no bond and to hold him hostage. He wants to, you may not do it. He's aware of that. He's aware of that. But the state offered him 15 years on probation, but they keep piling on these conditions. He just said, he made up his mind. He said, I'm just going to go with it. I got to get home. Judge may not let me home, but I'm not doing these conditions and admit that I'm the leader and I'm involved in the killing and my music just promoted everybody to do it. He's not going to do that. So he did not do that. And that's how we wound up here. The state, the night of the killing, people came to Mr. Williams' home. The state.
That's important to know. That's what a non-negotiated plea means. That all of the negotiation that the state wanted to negotiate, they were unwilling to take it because it was very unreasonable. And it was tantamount to just going on to prison today because he wouldn't have been able to fulfill all the conditions that they had for him. So that's why he has a non-negotiated plea where they made their offer and then he made his offer through his attorneys. And so that's where we're almost headed to. And here we go.
Tells the court, he said, lay low. What they don't tell you is right after that, he gave money to Mr. Sledge, who said, they're going to kill me. They think I did it. And Mr. Williams said, if you had anything to do with it, I don't want to be with you. And Mr. Sledge said, I just need a hotel room with my children and my bride or my significant other to get to. And Mr. Williams said, be safe, lay low. That's the lay low. In addition to that, Mr. Williams told Mr. Copeland's with the police. Hours after the killing of Mr. Donovan Thomas, Mr. Copeland goes to the police department. Mr. Williams is the person who told him to go. Mr. Copeland said, what do I do? They're shooting at my house, at my family's house, at my significant other's mother's house. And Mr. Williams said, if you had anything to do with the murder, get out of here. Mr. Copeland denied it. And Mr. Williams said, then go tell the police. Mr. Copeland said, you want me to go to the police? And Mr. Williams said, if you had nothing to do with it, they think you did it. Go to the police. In addition to that, Mr. Copeland said, well, I'm going to retaliate. Mr. Williams told him, don't do that. Let 12 handle. That's on recordings. That is on recordings on January 11th of 2015 with Detective Thorpe. Your Honor, as far as Dwayne Carter, a performer known as Lil Wayne, Mr. Williams had no conflict with him. They are friends. We were presenting evidence that right before this shooting of the tour bus is April 26th of 2015. Mr. Williams is performing in New Orleans area. And that's the area where it's Holly Grove, where Mr. Carter, or Lil Wayne, a performer known as Lil Wayne, comes from. And in order to drum up popularity and interest, people get on the internet and they start what's called rap battles, arguments, feuds. That's what happened here, and you would have heard testimony from Mr. Williams' management that they said, start a rap battle. It'll be better for your career. Mr. Dwayne Carter is aware of that. Mr. Dwayne Carter's interviewed. The state's aware of this. He has interviews after this. Are you mad? What's the real deal with Jeffrey Williams? He states, no. He's great with me. He brought popularity to me. He loves me. He idolizes me, and I love working with him. They did an album together. In 2014, they're in the studio together, making music together. It is all made up that Mr. Williams is involved. Mr. Williams gives a statement. The state refuses to put it in and then stop me, the previous judge, from cross-examining the detective. His name is Racy. He met with Mr. Williams in the DeKalb County Jail on the 15th day of July 2015. Mr. Williams is arrested that day. And there's a long interview. And Mr. Williams waives his right to counsel. He tells them, I'm his lawyer. They say, you don't want to speak to us? You don't have to. He said, well, I'll speak with you. And they asked Mr. Williams these questions. What about Lil Wayne's shooting? He said, it was outrageous. I love him. That's my idol. I love Lil Wayne. How about this battle? He says it's promotion. They asked him about his rap lyrics. It's the only person that the state ever did anything about rap lyrics with. And they asked Mr. Williams, what about the rap lyrics? And he tells them, it's hyperbole. He didn't use that word. He used the word, it's made up. It's rhyming. It's made up. Not like the state is saying that I rap lyrics for real. That's not even Mr. Williams' utterance. Your Honor, the point I'm trying to make to you is what the state of Georgia has presented to this jury in this courtroom the past year has been full of untruths, and they know it. The state says that Mr. Williams had a conflict because he named an album with Dwayne Carter, and Dwayne Carter didn't like that. Dwayne Carter's interviewed. He said, that was one of the nicest things anyone could have done to me. It shows how much he really appreciates me. It shows respect and honor, and I appreciate what he did. The state knows this. With regards to Jimmy Winfrey. What the state did is they put in a recording. It's not Mr. Williams. It's a jail recording, Mr. Winfrey and an unknown person. And then unknown person says, when you get out, you're going to get a Porsche and $250,000. Mr. Williams not privy to that. The state looked at all of Mr. Williams' bank records, everything. They undressed him financially. There's zero evidence Mr. Williams did anything for Mr. Winfrey. The state tells you that Mr. Winfrey asked for money for a lawyer. The conversation was, and it's recorded, it was with Mr. Williams' manager. And Jimmy Winfrey said, I need to show that I was gainfully employed for the court. Can you get me something from YSL? And the manager said, yeah, if we have it, and if it's true, yes, you can have it. That is it. There's no evidence that Mr. Williams paid for anybody's lawyer, Mr. Winfrey or otherwise. In addition to that, Your Honor, the social media postings with Mr. Rashawn Bennett, also known as YFN Lucci. So Mr. Williams, the state tells Mr. Bennett on social media, I would have killed you if I didn't like the way you take care of your mother and children. That is the post. What they don't tell you is Mr. Bennett, who is also, to his credit, trying to drum up his career. Mr. Bennett is picking on Mr. Williams, who's a much higher profile artist than Mr. Bennett at that time. And Mr. Bennett is saying that he slept with Mr. Williams' fiance while Mr. Williams and she are a significant couple, that Mr. Williams' music is awful. Nobody should listen to his music ever. Mr. Williams responds by saying, we can do an album together if you want. Stop this. The man continues of how he's sleeping with Mr. Williams' significant other, and then Mr. Williams responds by saying, I would have killed you except for what you do. That is the context that they don't tell you about. And Mr. Williams did nothing to Mr. Bennett. In fact, the evidence would have shown, if we had time or we would have gone forward, that Mr. Bennett and Mr. Williams are on the red carpet receiving awards in California, sitting right next to each other and taking photographs. This is not the Jeffrey Williams. Jeffrey Williams is a known person who is all over the place. If he did something, somebody wanted him, they can find him. This is not he is not hanging out on Cleveland Avenue. What the state is saying are not true. The situation with Mr. Bennett, so he's in the Fulton County Jail and he's housed, and there are crazy, sick, violent people, and they're on the phone, and Mr. Myrick, M-Y-R-I-C, is calling other people, supposed co-conspirators. How much will Jeffrey Williams give? He doesn't say that, but that's the theme of it, as well as Christian Eppinger. What the state doesn't tell you is that when Mr. Sumlin is asked, hey, find out how much Thug will pay me to kill Mr. YFN Lucci, Mr. Sumlin says, I don't know his number. I can't get in touch with him. He doesn't talk to me. And that's because, Your Honor, since 2015, and he means no insult, but Jeffrey Williams has had zero contact with Shannon Stillwell until this case, Kenneth Copeland, Demikian Garlington, Justin Cobb, Demise McMullen, Mr. Sledge, Mr. Murphy, all these people. This is a lie. This is a 100% lie, and that's why we tendered a no-low plea to being a leader of a criminal street gang. Mr. Williams is not a leader. In fact, if it would go forward, on Mr. Huey's phone, there are conversations with Mr. Copeland, and they both say how Jeffrey Williams is a zero, and F him. And they don't talk to him, and Jeffrey Williams never does anything for them. Mr. Huey, Mr. Williams met later. He met him closer in the time of 2020. Mr. Huey's father went through a horrible episode that Mr. Williams knew, and that's how Mr. Williams knew his son, who's Mr. Huey. And Mr. Huey's on hard times, and Mr. Huey's making mistakes. And Mr. Huey, supposedly, Mr. Williams believes, armed robbed a man named Chandler Durham, Durham. Mr. Durham is Mr. Williams, and he's a fabulous record engineer. And Mr. Williams states, give him back, tell him to give back the property or he's going to die. The state puts that as an overt act. No one dies. The property doesn't get returned. Mr. Huey ignores Mr. Williams. The state told you today that Jeffrey Williams sent Mr. Huey a posting that Mr. YFM Lucci is going to be performing on January 19, 2020. That's not true. Mr. Huey sent that to whoever phone that was. And all it says is slat and slatty. Well, I went out to the places that Mr. Bennett was supposed to perform. There's no shooting. There was no fight. There was nothing to report. There's nothing here. In addition, the state said the same thing on September 12th, September 2nd, 2022 on Mr. Huey's phone. I'm not conceding that was Jeffrey Williams even having a conversation with him, but even if it was, it doesn't show anything. It says slatty, lay low. Lay low means don't do anything. Get out of the way. That is what it is. That is Mr. Williams' role. Mr. Williams, there is evidence in the record, and there would have been more. He takes people on tour with him. He takes people in the mall with him. But when they do crime or do things to people, for instance, there was a prostitute, and several people gave that prostitute money, $500. And the prostitute, at the end of the $500, getting $500 from several people, had sex with a person, and then she was armed robbed. So all the money came back. Mr. Williams wasn't involved in that, but he heard about it. He made those people find the prostitute and repaid her every dime. People stole from stores that Mr. Williams found about. He went to the stores and repaid all that. He didn't steal anything. He doesn't need to steal anything. Your Honor, Mr. Williams stands with Elton John. Elton John called Mr. Williams the next coming of John Lennon. Mr. Williams is unbelievable talent. He's not just a rap artist. In fact, when he's interviewed in 2017, he gives a statement and he says, I had to learn rap. He grew up in a house learning other forms of music. He likes all music, but rap hit in his community, and his community raised him. They supported him. They came out to him. They made him get into establishments. And once the establishment saw all the people come out, he got more establishments. And then he went out of that little area in Atlanta to other parts of Georgia, and then to all the neighboring states and throughout our country. And he has performed on every continent but one. He has performed in front of being the headliner, 300,000 people at one time. He has a real life and career. He is not the leader, and he is not worried about buying jewelry that is stolen. Mr. Williams is actually innocent. I'm not trying to corrupt our plea. That's his plea, and he's entitled to it, and he wants it.
Okay, yeah, my opinion is I'm very, very, very happy for him. It is unfortunate that he had to take a plea to end this craziness, but the plea that he took, again, was non-negotiated, and it was on his terms. He pled nolo to the charges that they wanted him to plead guilty to, and the things that he pled guilty to were factual things that really happened. as Steele stated, he had been out of town. He just came back in the country right when he was arrested. But he was in Atlanta. Now, he had several homes, but he wasn't staying at the home where all the stuff took place, but that was his property. So he took responsibility for the things that was in his home. Those are factual matters. One thing we got to know is we're at war, and we're still colonized. So we have physical warfare, we have mental warfare, we have chemical warfare, and we don't have a win unless we fight. And he fought, and he fought a good fight. He's been kidnapped for 2 years. That's called kidnapping, what they've done to him. And the other guys that's still sitting there. Not the ones that were already in prison. But I think he did a hell of a thing because he was able to walk away. He's a convicted felon, true that. But that boy wasn't a convicted felon up until 33 years old. And he didn't commit any felonies. He did some criminal things when he was a kid, true that. But they were not at the felony level. This felony is not keeping him from touring the world. Although the district attorney asked that his passport be stopped, the judge didn't agree. He agreed to be house arrest for 3 years with a monitor that he would pay for himself. The judge didn't see fit for him to do that. They all know that he was winning the case. But when you have a son that want to unalive themselves, and when you have other children on the internet making derogatory videos and their mom is unalived and no longer with us, it doesn't matter who's overseeing them. You can't see what children are doing 24 hours a day. So little children, now that they have access to tablets, to computers, to iPhones, they can work these apparatuses better than us. And they may do some things that we're not happy about. But we can't be with them 24/7. So no one has to instruct them. Those children are old enough to know what's going on, but they don't have the mind to be able to say it's right or wrong. So I think because he is a family man and a dad that's ever present in his children's lives, and to be kidnapped and held a prisoner of war, then I think he made the best decision for him. Like I tell anybody, it would be very beneficial if you were in his position to see what your decision would be. I went to prison, as I stated a moment ago, more than anybody I know. I went to the county jail more than anybody I know. The difference between me and most people, I was on the visitation side. And once, I have a brother that was once in jail. And every Saturday, because we could only visit every Saturday, when I went to see him, I was happy as could be. But when we picked up that receiver to talk to one another, I could not get out a sentence. I cried the entire time. And it was just a blessing for me that my cousins accompanied me to every visit so they were able to speak to him. I couldn't speak. I cried the entire visitation. And I don't ever remember getting high out of my mouth. When we picked up that phone and we looked at each other smiling, I got to bawling. It's a very, very, very painful experience. I've had the opportunity working with the Honorable Terry Hodge, who used to be a state representative here in Dallas, of visiting a prison. And I went in from the back where they get off the bus up to the warden's office. I seen the shower area, the kitchen area. I've seen the commissary area, the nurses area. I've seen it all. And to be locked up with as many people as these men are locked up in cages, and in Rice Street, the cages don't even lock. But they had him over at another county where they had the light on 24/7. So the lights never went out for him. And they woke him up every day at 4:15 a.m. to shackle his ankles, his wrists, and his waist, to put him on a bus, to bring him to court, to put on clothes, to look like he's a normal human being before the jury. I think he made a very wise decision, even though I believe they were winning the case. I truly do. But one thing that we know, and all attorneys will tell you, no one knows what the jury is going to do. And this jury here is going to be so confused, so tainted. And even though they're not supposed to look at any of this stuff, do you really believe they don't know what's going on? And these people have been held captured as well for the past almost 2 years, because it took them 10 months to pick the jury. And then I guess you would start when they started serving. It's been over a year that they've been serving, or right at a year, whatever the case may be. But no, I think he made a very wise decision, and it's one that he can live with, because he wasn't committing any crimes. He was actually out there working and trying to help those young men come out of the impoverished conditions. I remember we grew up in the projects, and my oldest sister, when she learned how to drive and got her own vehicle, she used to take us every weekend over the city of Dallas. And we would drive over in North Dallas. That's where our rich people lived. And we would go there and we would ride around and see how they lived, to see everybody wasn't doing bad. She would take us to Six Flags over Texas. And we had a place called Seven Seas at the time. And we had a water park. Many of the kids that lived in the projects where I lived and the other projects that we have here in Dallas never left their neighborhood other than to go to school. So I think when you grow up in those kind of conditions and you try to help people and they refuse to help themselves, then you have to move on. But he didn't give up on them, because he kept giving them an opportunity to make money. He just wouldn't give them money. And so to be locked up and to know that the steppers, as they call them, the shooters, are walking around, some not even indicted in the case. And here you're indicted as a kingpin, and you're taking all of these people that's not indicted crimes up under your belt, saying that you were the reason that they committed these crimes. No, I think he did the best thing for him. And as I always say, it's a you factor. The decisions in your life, only you can make them. Nobody can make them for you. Not even his attorneys, because they would have continued to fight had they had that decision, but it wasn't their decision to make. So they couldn't do that. And let me see, Kelly said, agreed. Steele and Adams are great lawyers and still advocate with integrity. Yeah, they did. I just dislike the 15 years of probation. The state just wanted ties to him no matter what. Probation is not easy. And it's not easy, but it's obtainable. I know people that's been on probation for a long time, and it was deferred adjudicated probation, and they successfully served it. They did. It can be done. You know, it can. It's just like people fighting. You must fight. You must. But that's a choice you have to make. But see, I know some people that were incarcerated, and one is my cousin, was incarcerated for life. And he fought his own case. And he dropped out of school. So he got his GED while he was incarcerated. But he brought himself out of prison. And he has not been back. Almost for as long as he stayed incarcerated. And he stayed incarcerated for many years. So, you know, it's a you thing. It's whatever you decide. My opinion, I'm happy for him. And all of those guys that got plea deals. Because some of them were facing some horrible charges and some long sentences. One of them, 3 life sentences. All that stuff went away. So it lets you know that Fonnie Willis and her team of DAs are not serious about serious crime and getting it off the street. They just want convictions where our brothers can't function as men in a society where it's best not to have a felony. Regina said, I don't know the personal background of YSL as far as his children, etc. So one of his children wanted to unalive themselves, and that child mother is no longer alive. I don't know if that's one of the children whose mother is not alive, but the child did want to unalive himself, and he's not a young child. I'm trying to stop this, y'all. Let me see. Set later. Let me get this off of here. I don't know if y'all can see that or not. But he's not a young child. He's an older child. And it's just too much for him. His mom is in a wheelchair. And she's sickly. And she never missed a time coming to see her son. And maybe one or two times they said that it was maybe raining real bad, or maybe they had a little ice or something. But she was there every single day in a wheelchair. And he had to see his mom sitting over there. That's a hard feeling, I would have to say. And I've never experienced that. But I have to imagine just not even being able to say hi to my brother, other than smiling when he picked up the phone and immediately going into tears. I can't imagine if I had to do that with my son. I can't imagine, and I don't want to. So again, let me see. Kelly said, wow. And then Regina said, I agree, Toothless. YSL fought a very good fight and continues. He is demonstrating doing the right thing as a man that takes accountability and holding his responsibility. And that's what he said he did, and that's what he did. And this is what we need to see people. They need to see this, because it's a lot of negative videos about what should have happened and how he ain't gonna make it. Shit, we not promised tomorrow, so how we know any of us gonna make it? And who knows, when you get in your car, when you get a crazy cop that decide that you're not gonna live the rest of your life out, or when you call them to your home, just like the young lady up there in Chicago area. You never know what's going to happen, but what you do is give it your best, and you be the best you that you can be, and that's all you can be. Regina said, and sometimes that can be our mistake in life, trying to lift up others. That's true. That doesn't want to be lifted or try to be better than their circumstances. You're so very right about it, and you help keep me grounded with that, with knowing that, it should be more than 6 people in this chat. It should be people that want to hear it from an analytical point of view. But most people only want to hear it from an entertainment point of view. And they may lose a lot of people because he's not sitting in the courtroom anymore. But those 2 young men, their lawyers believe in them. And apparently their mothers, I'm sure, gave up everything they had to try to pay for these attorneys. Because this stuff is very, very, very expensive. And that's why I started out with the trial penalty. They're taking away our 6th Amendment right. We're presumed innocent. But if they get us to automatically, plead guilty, the presumption of innocence is gone, because you can't appeal it. So it's trickery everywhere you go. Soon I'm going to start a series on the trickery that's happening with Phillips' case in the workers' compensation system. It is broken. All of our systems are broken, and we, the people, have to stand up and decide to enforce the Constitution, both the state Constitution and the federal Constitution. But we tacitly acquiesce, thinking that that's the way it's supposed to be, so we don't speak out and we don't say anything. Or most of us may have done something we're not proud of, and we believe somebody's going to find out and put that out in the ethers. What will be, will be. But if you're not willing to stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Now, that's really sound cliches, but it's the truth. You got to be able to stand. And what I learned in life, and it resonated more with me since I've been on YouTube, everybody does not possess integrity, morality, values, family, honor, honesty, love, joy. Everybody do not possess that. So to assume because you have all of those values and characteristics that others, no, it's an individual thing. And if someone shows you a kindness, then that's beautiful. You show it back. Because it's written in the Sun Book, in order to have friends, you show yourself friendly. And I'm paraphrasing because those are not the exact words. But you got to be friendly to have friends. And some people say they don't want friends. They just have associates. Well, that's a sad person in my opinion, because we are actually interdependent beings. We were created for each other. It may not always work. We can't choose our family members, and some of them we wish we didn't have, but they're ours anyway, and we love them anyway. We may not like them or what they do or say, but we love them in spite of. And if they need us, 9 times out of 10, not all, but 9 times out of 10, we'll be there for them. Why? Because that's who we are, and we don't allow people to change who we are. So that's my take on it. I think he did the right thing. And he is Jeffrey Williams, known as Young Thug. YSL is the initials he chose originally because he loved Yves Saint Laurent. They kind of leave that out of the story. And then it became Young Stoner Life for his label. And then Young Slime Life. And so, of course, the gangbanger politicians want to make it the worst and the dirtiest thing ever. But I really think we ought to look at that gang of DAs that are very disrespectful and are breaking all kind of laws. And if perjury was really true, then Adrian Love and Simone Hilton and Judge Glanville should be held to the letter and the spirit of the law, and they should go through sanctions other than just sitting down looking at a Brady violation movie. They should actually be sanctioned as attorneys. It's really unbelievable the things that these people have said and done globally for the world to see. And we need to see it. But again, a lot of people are only looking for the entertainment part of it and the person they like the best who tell the story. But in all honesty, this is a real life tragedy, miscarriage of justice, and we're living it every day. Regina said, let's not forget the district attorney of Fulton County, Georgia. I know you're right. Fonnie Willis is up for re-election, and her only opponent is Republican Kramer, who just passed the bar in 2020 with less experience. And she didn't do a lot of campaigning that we can see. So I don't think she's going to be a viable threat. I don't know. We'll see because, of course, the election is Tuesday. We'll see. But a lot of our people that live in these marginalized neighborhoods and marginalized conditions, they are so marginalized until they don't even realize or know how to get out of the conditions that they're in. And a lot of people say that you should know because you're an adult. That sounds good. Makes for a good storyline. You might could even make a great movie. But I want you to understand, not you one person, you the world, that when you've been traumatized, and we live in trauma, when you've been traumatized, normally whatever that trauma initially that happened to you, emotionally, and what we call mentally, you stop growing. So physiologically, your body's going to continue to grow. You're going to get tall, you're going to get fat, you're going to get skinny, whatever the conditions are. But your ability to critical think, analytically think, that's hampered. And it's hampered by what happened to you. And don't let something be so traumatic that you suppressed it. Because sometimes where you can't remember in your mind, your brain, your body will remember and it will react and act out. What I mean by marginalized are the group of people that are looked upon as the nothings of the world. Kind of like the caste system that Regina shared with me about the caste system of India, and I did a video about it. And it's very important. Those Chinese movies that I look at, they also show marginalized people. The people that have money and that have a higher class, they view all of the people that's beneath them as non-human. So marginalized people used to be us Asiatics. We were the marginalized people. Who are the Asiatics? The true Americans. So when you all say they need to go back to Mexico, those are Americans, whether you believe that or not. The continent is America. Brazil, that's America. El Salvador, that's America. So you have to understand, the people they call Indians, that's America. Okay? And those people, they got the Indian from morphology and phrenology. That's not a real being. They had tribal names, and then they gave them, the colonizers gave them their tribal names. We need to really start researching, and if you start trying to tell people the truth, people will tell you that it's false, fake, phony, misinformation. Not true. You would be surprised what you could find if you go to the Library of Congress and start looking up some of the executive orders that were written back in those times. You would be surprised. And Regina just said, as in black is not an ethnicity. No, it ties to no land, but a Moor does. If you look up Moors in the law dictionary, it'll tell you it's about like a damp, swampy land or whatever. Moors are from the ancient Moabite tribe. And what you have to understand is that's your bloodline. It's not an organization, although there is an organization, Moorish Science Temple, and the Moorish Holy Science Temple. That is true. That's an organization because everything in this life is done in contract. But your bloodline, your pedigree is who you are as a human. And it ties to the land. One point, our whole world was known as Asia. And that's why we're Asiatics. We are in every corner of the world that there is human civilization. Nobody sent them to Sweden. I showed a picture once of the different people that lived in the different countries on different continents that look just like me, that look just like some of you. But because we were not allowed to read and to teach, there's so much we don't know that we don't know. And so our ancestors, which are now our grandparents and our parents, they didn't have a lot of this knowledge to spread on, but the ones that did, they did it by word of mouth. And we just passed it down. Now, this should be a topic of teaching and discussion. Okay, that's beautiful. You know, I love to do that, you know. Oftentimes, you know, I'm only talking to me and you and Kelly. And I want y'all to lift up Maria. She's been under the weather. And so if you all would, please send out healing and positive vibrations into the universe on her behalf. And if you have someone that you pray to, lift her up because she has not been feeling well. And I just want to say that we got so far to go. I want y'all to hear Jeffrey. I'm talking about, I was sad and about to cry when Steele was talking, but when Jeffrey talked, I lost it. I lost it because my son is not that shy, but he's a beautiful young man. And just as a mother, to envision what was going on. It really, really, really touched me immeasurably. You know, I have a love for people. I don't like a lot of people because people show you who they are. I accept them for who they say they are, but it doesn't take long for them to show you who they really are. And I've met a few beautiful people on this app, and I'm grateful. But I met some real mean, ugly ones as well, and I'm grateful. Because you got to be grateful for them both so that you can learn from them both. And so it's really an experience that, you know, your parents try to teach you to learn from their mistakes and other people's mistakes so you don't have to pay for that mistake. But sometimes we have to buy those mistakes. And when we buy them, we have to own up to them when we receive what we bought for whatever reason. So marginalized, now they've made them, okay, black people is what they call us. They've made them Hispanics, what they call us. They made them Indians, what they call us. They've made them homosexuals. Now, homosexuals is a preference. Some say they were born that way, and I have to agree with them. I don't know. I used to argue, but when you start researching history and the things that are happening to us and the medications they're giving us and how they change the functionality of the fetus inside the womb, I can't say they wasn't born like that anymore. So I don't have that argument to argue. You are who you say you are, because I definitely am who I say I am. And I'm going to live with that. But they've put homosexuals in the group. They put disabled individuals in the group. Not to mention those people are already human and already belong to a nationality. But they have put them aside and put them in the group. Just like the 14th Amendment was created for what they called the black people. The 14th Amendment was. But everybody enjoyed due process. You understand? But it wasn't the due process that was written for us. It was the naturalization as opposed to nationalization. There is a difference, and we need to know the difference. Unfortunately, we don't have a clue. Most of us are not interested. They is a system. I don't know who individually they are. But it's the system of the 1% that runs everything, starting with the popes of Rome and the Jesuits. They are truly individuals that run everything. And then you have the bankers of the World Bank. And then you have the big 9 families that contribute to the banks. So we can name individuals. Of course, they'll say that that's misinformation and that's false. But all you have to do is go back and read the edicts of the Pope, and especially the secret treaty of Verona back in 1201 when he declared himself God. And Pope is an office. It's not an individual. Just like the president is an office, a CEO, but they called him the commander-in-chief. So you can say a CIL, a CIC. What does chief begin with? The C? A CIC? Commander-in-chief. What does that mean? The ruler of the military? That's what that means. But of course, if you don't know that, then of course you can't say that. Please do not take offense to my way of questioning. I question to gain understand because I never like to assume. No, I don't have a problem with your questioning at all. You question to help me answer better. And some things, you know, just like I know, that they don't want us to say, and especially to pay us for it. But it is what it is. And when I came here, I wasn't getting paid, and I don't get too much now. Not from my videos. If it wasn't for the kindness of the people that do Super Chat and the people that do Cash App, I wouldn't make a check ever. So I thank you all for doing what you all have done for me. But I came here because this is what I love to do. And I came here to share my journey, my life experiences, and my knowledge and what I know. And so, no, Regina, you keep on doing what you do because it helps me. Asatora used to be my chat helper that kept the conversation going. So I thank you and Kelly for engaging. And I appreciate those of you who don't engage. Some people know what's going on and don't want to be a part of it. And some people just don't have nothing to say. Because I be in chats a lot of times, and most of the time after I speak, I don't really have anything to say. Lately, I've been saying a lot with the YSL trial because there's some crazy stuff be going on, and I want to be heard. But a lot of times you don't have anything to say. It helps, though, if you just put an emoji or something in the chat, because YouTube looks at the engagement. And for the people that I have, I believe I have pretty good engagement, so I thank you guys. But now we're going to hear Jeffrey, because time is really going, and we may have to listen to these other guys on Wednesday, because we've been here already 4 hours. And I appreciate all of you guys who've been here with me this long. So let's listen to Jeffrey. And Regina, if you have another question or whatever, please feel free to put it in there if I need to break something down or whatever. But those are marginalized people that live in poor neighborhoods where they have food deserts. They don't have access to insurance, hospital care. They can't get jobs. They're on parole or probation. Anybody that's on the poor end of life, you can call those marginalized people with marginalized neighborhoods that used to be known as communities. And what they do is, unfortunately, you have a lot of philanthropists that really gives to these certain groups of people. But unfortunately, you have gatekeepers that run the programs. And they oftentimes, not all, but most, take all of the monies or all of the beautiful gifts and put them aside for their family and loved one, as opposed to allocating them out to the people who really need them. But that's marginalization in a nutshell. And I did a video about it a few months back. So if you want to go back through my videos, some of my videos I did, I was going through a time that I wouldn't tell what I was talking about, and I would just have them all looking alike, and I would just say Tubeless Tiger Presents on Wednesday or Sundays on the Couch. I have too many to go back and try to rename them, but I really wished I would have given them titles, but I didn't, and I had my reasons. So again, I don't envy anybody for what they make and what they do here on YouTube, because I don't have the talent that they have, and I don't put in the work that they put in. It's a lot of people put in a lot of hours and a lot of work, and they do a great job. So I'm happy for those people, and I'm grateful for the people that I have that are happy with me, and when they can, they show me in by way of donations. I would like to ask people to join my channel, because my membership has dwindled down real low. I have memberships as low as 99 cents up to $24.99. And so I would ask you to please join my membership if you find my information important. Regina said, yes, please do a part 2, starting with Jeffrey Williams, aka YSL, for Wednesday, and you can title it as such. Remember, even though few may be in this live, more catch the replays. And yeah, that is true. I do have a few people that catch the replays. So, it's all good. Because one day, again, people are going to need this type of information. And they're going to be seeking, and they're going to be hungry for this information. I'm going to end with Jeffrey Williams, and I will start with him on Wednesday. But I want to play Thug. I got to play Thug, if nothing else. I got to do that. And then I'll start with him again on Wednesday. So anybody that needs to leave, have a beautiful night and a beautiful beginning of your week. But I'm going to play Jeffrey, and then I'm going to, play my song that I believe the children are our future. And I really believe that, and I believe we need to teach them. I'm also going to play, A Mother's Love, because I'm so happy for his mom that her baby is home with her. And I know that means the world to her. She has 11 children, but every last one of them have a special place in her heart. And she dealt with 11 personalities, and she knows them all. My mom had 8, and she used to tell us it's only one of her. And so we get to deal with one of her, but she had to deal with 8 of us. And so nothing's like a mother's love when you have it. And it's nothing more desired than a mother's love when you don't. So everybody don't get to have the mother's love that others get to have, but just know somebody loves you, and that somebody is me. And I know that's a Patti LaBelle song, but that's the truth. I love all people, but I don't like a lot of them, so I just need to be honest. Here we go. But that was the funniest thing he said. He said, unless it's in a bar in the future. But Regina, he has been moving more toward Jeffrey. But Young Thug, his lawyer pointed out what that means. And a lot of the guys solidified it, but the state didn't want to accept it. But Thug, for him, means, and I don't know if this was epiphany moment or what happened that he did this, but it means truly humble under God. So I don't know if it's when he made his first million or whatever, but that's what Thug means. Truly humble under God. And they tried to dispel that. So he's been getting away though from Young Thug and being known as Jeffrey Williams. So we'll just see what happens with that. I'm glad she used that wrestling analogy because they have a worldwide audience, and my son to this day will fly all over the United States to go to WrestleMania. And he has been to many states just to go to the wrestling match. So I thought that was a great analogy because I understand him and other men that really like it, even though they know they're just posturing and it's all art. It's not really wrestling. I thought that was a great analogy. It shows to me her humanness and in this moment, her genuineness. And she's going toward the discretion of good instead of evil. That's just my opinion. Could be wrong, but that's the way I saw it when I heard her use that analogy. It was dear to my heart, and we often relate to things that, is dear to us. So, not because I like wrestling. I used to when I was young, but I don't look at wrestling anymore. I knew a lot of the wrestlers when I was young because one of my cousins, my favorite cousin, and matter of fact, at the time, she knew all the wrestlers and she took us, my brother and I, along with her children, to the wrestling match. And so we got to sit with some of the greats that a lot of people may not know today, but the Von Erichs, Wahoo McDaniels, Duka Muka, a lot of those guys, we got to see them before the wrestling match because she would go the sportatorium and have beers with them before they started wrestling. So we had some fun times. So I'm going to go back. Let me see what Regina's saying, then I'm going to go back. If a person has to explain what they mean by using a particular word as part of their entertainment name, other than what Webster Dictionary decipher it, especially in law, it is a no-go. Like Smith, like Smith, okay. And Regina say, we didn't hear anything WrestleMania. There was no audio or visual, child. Oh, where did it go? I'm sorry, child. Let me put that back up there. I'm sorry. Y'all ain't heard nothing. I'm sitting up here thinking y'all. That's that old timers disease I be talking about. Oh, that's sometimers. Oh, help me. Okay, y'all, let me pull it up. I'm sorry. Regina, you too damn funny. You are just hilarious. Thank you for the humor. I needed that laugh, I guess. I really did. Because that's funny is all New York to me. Whoa, that's funny. Okay, child. Here y'all go.
Yes, ma'am. I take full responsibility for, my crimes or my charges. I want to say sorry to my family, my mom. My mom got 11 kids. I can't say all their names, my managers, my kids that's not here. Really everybody that got something to do with this situation, I want to say sorry for just having so much time invested into this, and I am a smart guy, I am a good guy, and I really got a good heart, I find myself in a lot of stuff because I was just nice or cool, and I understand that you can't be that way when you reach a certain height because it could end bad. And it don't really have to have nothing to do with you, but it could end bad and it could, fall on you. And I know the choice is yours, it's up to you. And I hope that you allow me to go home today and just trust in me to just do the right thing and never see you again unless it's at a, bar in the future or something. Just out of this type of situation, I promise you I won't ever be in this type of situation again. I'm going away. I've learned from my mistakes. I come from nothing and I've made something and I didn't take full advantage of it. I'm sorry. Through these last 2.5 years of my life, you are really, truly honestly the best thing that has happened to me, because you made everything fair for me and everybody involved on both sides, you know. I'm sorry to the sheriff, you know, everybody for just having to put extra time in. I know y'all got paid more money, but I'm sorry for y'all having to put this extra time in to be away from y'all family, you know, and I just hope that you find it in your heart to allow me to go home and be with my family and just do better as a person. I know what I bring to the table. I know what I am. I know the heights I've reached. I know the impact I got on people, period, in the community, you know, all people. I learned that late, like these past 2 or 3 years of my life, I kind of learned that late. And maybe it was because I was, you know, probably on drugs or anything, I don't know. But I have came to my senses and I understand what I mean to this world. But I am a good guy, you know, I don't mind doing stuff like, you know, like free shows. And I always did that, you know, I did free shows and gave it to single parents, millions of dollars. You know, I made $1.8 million on a free show and I gave it all to single parent charity. And I did like 2 or 3 shows that made like $700,000 a piece. And I gave it to the breast cancer organization. Like, you know, I do things, like I put millions of dollars back into my community for real. I really did. I did more than anybody ever did from my side, you know? But I understand, you know, rap lyrics. I understand how it could be twisted. I understand what it could do to the mind of people. I understand all that. And I promise you, I'm 100% changing that. You know, it's just, I'm older, I'm grown now, you know, and it's just like, I'm smarter. It's more things to rap about. Like I've experienced a lot of good things. I experienced more bad things, but I experienced a lot of good things too. And anyway, I can go forever.
Well, I appreciate it. And I appreciate that you do realize how much of an impact you have on people. I mean, it's past your neighborhood. It's worldwide, especially young people. And having come up from where you came up from and living in and around that, you know that gangs are damaging to our community. And it may be that a whole lot of rap music and the rap industry is, I mean, honestly, it sounds like a modern day version of kind of WWE wrestling that used to be on television, where people would just get up and posture and act like they hated each other. And it may be that that's a lot of what is going on in the music industry with rap. But whether it is fake or not, it has tremendous impact on kids and young people who think, this is cool, this is what I want to do. Look at him, he's a millionaire. I can do that by being, you know, a gangster in the streets. And that's not true. What you're likely to have happen to you if you're a gangster in the streets is you get shot, you get killed, or you get thrown in prison. And those are, you know, by far the most likely outcomes. And, you know, you've been in here watching the trial, and you've seen the pictures of Mr. Ryan posing with a gun as big as he is at 15 years old and going out and shooting and killing another teenager. And that's what gangs do. And that's unfortunately a lot of what rap music does. And if you are a modern day John Lennon, you know, I mean, he might have rapped too in this day and age. I don't know, but I know you're talented. And even if you choose to continue to rap, you need to try to use your influence to let kids know that that is not the way to go, and that there are ways out of poverty besides hooking up with the powerful guy at the end of the street selling drugs. And you know, I know that happens for protection sometimes, but a much better way would be getting an education and setting, you know, hanging around with people who set a good example. And you be one of those people that sets a good example. I mean, all right, so that's my high horse on that. I could also go on. But I want you to try to be more of the solution and less of the problem. All right. All right. So it is not lost on the court that the state, had they been able to come to agreement on certain special conditions, was willing to entirely dismiss the RICO count, was willing to entirely dismiss one of the gang counts, and was willing to entirely dismiss this, you know, machine gun count. Was willing to give a sentence that permitted Mr. Williams to walk out of the door today, and therefore does not seem to be particularly worried that Mr. Williams, if on the streets, would be a danger to society. I'm taking that into consideration and crafting my sentence. And in permitting a nolo plea to the RICO count and one of the two gang counts, I would not be permitting the nolo to the one if you were not pleading guilty to at least one of them. But you are, and y'all admit a factual basis for the counts that you are pleading guilty to. I find there to be a factual basis for those counts, and for the remaining counts with which you are charged. I am going to impose a sentence, and I've taken a little bit of the suggested special conditions from the defense and a little bit of the special conditions suggested by the prosecution. On count one, the court sentence is 20 years to serve 5.
I will, do the whole thing on Wednesday when we come back, and I'm going to play his dad. And Regina, you're so right about what you're saying. I'm writing a comment in the chat, but my favorite rapper was Mo3, and he's no longer with us. And we call here in Dallas and the Metroplex Movember instead of November, because he was assassinated on November the 11th, 2020. So we call it Movember. And I'm going to play Thug's dad and then, my music out.
Yeah. All right. You did it, Brian.
So, yes. So his father would like to say a few words. His father, Jeffrey Williams Sr., would like to say a few words.
Do you want to just, you can look at me or whoever asks you a question?
It don't make no difference.
No, you just want to talk?
Yeah, y'all can ask me a question.
I think everybody's set up. Yeah, so if you just, what were your thoughts when you heard that your son was going to take a plea?
Well, I was kind of startled behind it because I was in agreement with Brian and Keith. You know, let's keep fighting. You know what I'm saying? You know, let's make them continue to embarrass themselves. You know, but at the same token, my son is you know, I've never tried to interfere with his decisions. I just try to give him the knowledge of making the best decision that he sees fit for him. And I support it.
And so what was it like that he's going home?
I feel great that he's going home. I feel great that he's going home, but at the same token, I still wanted to fight. But that's his decision. That's his decision. You know, on the other hand, I raised him to be the man that he is. You know, I've always been in his life from a pup to now. And I'm gonna continue to be in his life. You know, and as an adult, he has to make his own decision.
And
you know?
do you live here in Metro Atlanta?
Yes, I do.
So how does it feel to hear that he's not allowed to be in Metro Atlanta?
I'm totally against that because this is where he's from. You know, and to have a district attorney take that away from him that isn't a resident from here. She's from another state. You know, and to see her take a man away from where he's from to have to go live somewhere else, that's offensive to me. I'm really offended by it.
Can you talk about, sorry, I thought you were done. I was just saying, can you talk about your bond through music? And part of his conditions is that he can still make music, still do some performances. I know you said you were hoping to get back to that with him.
Yeah, we're going to get back to work. You know what I'm saying? You know, we're YSL loaded. I'm YSL loaded. You know, and in order for us to get back to our normal life, we're going to have to put in some more work. We're going to have to put in a lot of work, but the work that we need to do foremost for the city of Atlanta, Fulton County, we need to get rid of the poison that's in our system, and that's the district attorney office. So vote Courtney Kramer. Courtney Kramer, I support Courtney Kramer to the fullest. I feel like she's the best person for the job, and it's not because of what she said about us, it's because she said that and she was in my company and never knew who I was.
Absolutely. True.
What are your thoughts on his art being used against him?
Not just the art, freedom of speech. Let's talk about his rights. We freedom of speech, man. You know, how can you take a person's freedom of speech and say, now we're gonna tell you how you need to talk or how you supposed to talk? You know, who would feel comfortable with? Would any of us out here right now feel comfortable with someone telling us, you confirmed from saying this? You can't say that? You know, what do the Constitution play a role at? You know, these young men, all of these young men, and some of us too, all of our rights are being violated right now because we're being dictated. To on how we supposed to live, how we supposed to look, what we supposed to say. You know, we have a constitution. When are we gonna start acknowledging our constitution? You know, we did away with supposedly, we did away with communism. I can't tell. You know, we took down a statue, we tore up a flag. What about the laws? Let's change the laws too. You know what I'm saying? If we're gonna do away with it, let's do away with all of it. Change the law. We're in a new day and time. We should make the laws for the new day and time.
Do you think his lyrics will change now?
I hope not. I wouldn't. But you know, he's behind the 8 ball right now. So we're gonna have to justify something. We're gonna have to make some justification on how we got the narrated now. You know, and that's sad. That's sad that a man should have to do that, and that's his way of life. That's how he feeds himself. That's how he feeds his family. That's his job.
And how
Are you going to be in at Wright Street right now?
Huh?
Yes.
Are you going to be in at Wright Street?
Definitely.
So we thank you guys. We do got to head to Wright Street.
One more quick question. Any words that you want to wish to anybody else remaining on the case? Anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, I definitely want to say something to the people that's left on this case, along with the people who are waiting to be charged. Keep your heads up, keep fighting. Sooner or later, somebody gonna have to make a decision. We need to start making the people accountable that makes the decisions for us. So we need to put the right people in office. We need to start scanning the people that we vote for.
And now that we have voting right now, it needs to be a presidential topic. It needs to be a topic about prison and reform. Why, you know, the presidents are not discussing this during their debates. It needs to be at the forefront of the presidential debates at this time. So.
But the people got to make that decision.
Yeah, we got to make that.
You know, and I'm gonna leave y'all with this. In any fight you go through in life, and anything that you have to deal with in life, you can't be scared. You can't be scared. And I'm out of here.
What career
Guys, have a good one.
continue to support Jeffrey and the entire family from this point?
In the words of John Lewis.
Get to your kids,
Fight.
get to your grandkids, support them, tell them you love them, hug them, and just be there. Just be there.
And
know
if
what
you
I'm
see
saying?
something
Because that's
wrong
what we
and you
need.
see something that's not just, say
That's what we need.
something. Get in good trouble. In the words of John Lewis, say something.
Yeah.
Don't just sit there and let it happen if it's not your family. Don't wait till it's your family. If you see his family, anybody else's family, like the other guys that are still here, don't just stop coming because Thug is out. There's still other guys fighting for their lives. Still come, still support the others that are still here, because we will. So we thank you guys.
So I will be informing you all later on the extortment that came to me from the DA office. I was extorted. I was extorted by the DA office. All right.
Thank you.
I received a couple of cash apps I want to acknowledge before I go.
Phase. Just to remove the excess water. Now she's coming
This
out.
is how you do it. Thank you. In a mother's love, you will find everything. Everything's alright. To a mother's love, you are bound. You can rest on sacred ground. In a mother's love, you are free to dream. Because she sees what you can be. In a mother's love, you see the sun, enough for two. But you're one. In a mother's love, you can feel when something hurts. You can heal. Yes, a mother's love is real. You grow because she knows to let you go. Yeah, mama. Mama, mama, mama. Mother's love, mother's love. Yeah. All right. A mother's love. And a mother's love never lies. She believes that you can fly with all of her might. A mother's love. Yay, mama. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love.